Okay, that should be enough. Now if things would actually work. In a second. There we go. Transmission complete. Instant transmission, as they say. Hello there everyone, and welcome to what is probably going to be a pretty long stream. And it's also going to be a stream that will very much so test my vocal cords. I have played this before. I didn't get too far, as far as I could. Sorry, as far as I can tell at least. I have the bottle of water ready, and I am prepared for the horrors that are about to commence. All of you are not though, so that shall be a little bit of fun for me. Now, please excuse me for just a few more minutes, grab some drinks, some snacks, and I shall be starting things up. Still trying to figure out some of the kinks of the Restream update. I have started to get it. I think I'm starting to get it. At least this time I don't have to restart the thingamajig. Ooh, Guild Wars 2 announcements. Okay, gonna note that down for later. I should probably drop things as well while we're at it. One is here, and one over here. There we go. All should be mostly done by now. Okay, I think everything is in order. The game is running. Let the show begin. Also, Yuko Arashikumo, I just noticed, followed yesterday. Thank you very much. Also, speaking of follows, we have 251 on Twitch. Thank you very much everyone. I do hope to live up to your expectations, and at the very least, at the end of a hard day, we can drop online and have a smile. Possibly at my expense, but that's up to the fates now, isn't it? So, let us proceed with Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. And I'm warning everyone, this is probably going to be a stream of just me making the character. You have been warned. This is your warning right now. This entire stream is dedicated just to me making the character. I will probably not get past the descriptions of all the classes. And it's probably going to take a few hours. So without any further ado, let us proceed. Oh wait, they also made Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Ooh, okay. Wait, we're gonna compare a Death Cult Assassin. Oh, I think that's for the Warhammer 40k game. I might have to check that out. So, we shall be playing a new game. Actually, wait, how much time did I spend previously? Actually, no, even better. How much time do I have in total in this game? How about 22 hours? For some games, that's a okay time to figure out if you like it or not. For this game, I barely did my tippy toes in it. So, we will be doing the main story for this. Join the struggle against the World Wound, an epic war between Golarion and the Abyss, which has raged for more than 100 years. Up to now, the Crusader armies have barely managed to curb the overwhelming enemy forces, but not for long. The Demon Lords are preparing to strike a decisive blow. You will have to harness mythic powers, take command of the Fifth Crusade, and lead it against the demonic hordes. Now for difficulty, honestly, if I put anything other than story, I can already see this taking us far more hours than I would like. And while it might make quite a few encounters more of a joke than they should be, I would like to allow everyone to experience the story, including myself. Time is precious after all, and there are times when it's time to lock in, and there are times when you just want a story. Right now, at this moment, I just want a story. That is my reasoning, we are sticking with it. Now then, custom character, and this is where the horror show begins. So normally, you could take one of the pre-made characters, of course. Ooh, you have some fancy hair there. Okay. Oh. Nice little rogue, tiefling, a sorcerer. The usual. However, we'll be going with a custom character. The portrait is whatever, shall change it at a later date. We can also go back on our choices and change stuff however we want. For now, I'll just have one of the more... What's the word I'm looking for? One of the more classic looks. I say that, and I can't find something that looks not too outstanding. This is already an issue, in case you have not noticed. Quite a bit of variety in the portraits. I'll give it that. There was one that I did really like the look of. Where'd that one character go? I'm certain I saw him earlier when I was checking the settings for this. No, you know, this one's as good as any, I guess. Maybe this one. Yeah, no, I'm already spending way too much time getting distracted. We are taking this one for now. We will return to this later once we have a more concrete idea of our character. And so it begins. The Alchemist. The Alchemist is an unusual class that employs a vast arsenal of handmade potions, extracts, elixirs, and even bombs. Bombs are a range area of effect weapon, the Alchemist's main weapon. They learn a lot of arcane spells, but instead of casting them normally, an alchemist prepares them as extracts. We can see a few of their features and abilities here. The bombs, the mutagen, and the spell extracts. And then we have the subclasses. Mind you, I'm going to be reading all of these. Do you see this? Do you see this list? This in the red, they have only one. All of the others have multiple subclasses, each with a different description, apart from the base one. We're gonna be here a while, so I hope you followed my advice and got that drink. Because next up is a chirurgeon, an alchemist who studies anatomy and uses this knowledge to heal. Is a chirurgeon. Surgeon? Wait, I think it's just surgeon, isn't it? No, not quite. The grenadier trains to exercise their talents in the thick of battle, even when not under the influence of their mutagens. They learn methods of combining weapon attacks with their alchemical magic and sacrifice skills with poisons in order to become more adept at using alchemical bombs or using alchemical items in conjugation with their martial skills. As an unusual side effect of their skill at handling bombs and alchemical items with increased speed, Grenadiers master the ability to drink potions, elixirs, and mutagens quickly and safely, while exposing themselves to peril without exposing themselves to peril while doing so. So they're more of a fighter alchemist as far as I can tell. Discovery. At second level, at every second level thereafter, the alchemist makes an incredible alchemical discovery. Huh. 20 level, make an additional discovery. Unless otherwise noted, alchemists cannot select an individual discovery more than once. So you tell me that in some cases they can make the same discovery twice. Understood. Directed blast. So they can change the explosions into a cone. That's interesting. Staggering blast. Whenever a grenadier scores a successful critical hit with a bomb, the creature directly struck by that bomb is staggered. Okay. Persistent mutagen. The effect of a mutagen lasts 1 hour per level. And you already get it at 15. Yeah, that's gonna last the entire day, let's be honest. Grand discovery. The promise of one of these grand discoveries is the primary goal of their experiments and hard work. Okay then. Incense synthesizer. Some alchemists focus their efforts on researching different kinds of incenses to aid them and their allies in battle against the forces of evil. So we have some incense folk. They don't have the mutagens though, which is interesting. Brew potions. I think all of them have that. Pretty normal stuff as far as I can see. Poison immunity. Makes sense. They also don't have bombs. Interesting. Metamorph. The metamorphs ensure traditional alchemy, focusing on internal chemistry and the transfiguration of living forms. They gain class skills A metamorph adds stealth to their list of class skills. Interesting? Question mark? Adaptive physiology. At third level, they gain a 25% chance to negate critical hits and precision damage. Similar to the preserved organs discovery. Okay, so that's one of the discoveries we can acquire. Good to know. Vessel, behave yourself. Hold on, I might need to... There we go. Hopefully that makes things a little bit better. Shape Changer. Metamorph gains the ability to transform herself or himself into another form. The effect lasts 1 hour per Metamorph Alchemist level until she changes back. Fatigue for 1 round. Each time changes shape. Metamorph can use the ability twice per day, yada yada. Okay. This shape. You become a medium wolf. Okay. Not that impressive. B shape 2. A medium leopard. Okay, slightly better. You become a large bear. Okay, now we're talking. Now we can be the bear that women want. Ah, god, that was such a stupid argument. Ignore me. Just memories of recent events. A large Smilodon. A large shambling mound. Or a large wyvern. Okay, we can just become a dragon. Oh. Dragon kind 1. You become a medium dragon-like creature. Okay. Oh. Functions as Dragon Kind 1, except it also allows you to assume the form of a large dragon-like creature. Okay. Fair enough. Why can I not pronounce this? I'm gonna need a drink already. Oh boy, this is still the Alchemist. "20 minutes have passed, we are still on the Alchemist. This does not bode well for my voice and my throat. Rain, please. Focus. Concentrate. Reservationalist is an alchemist who keeps preserved specimens in bottles and releases them to aid him in his battles. Also known as the Pokemon Master. Throw any... I did not notice it was... Did I notice before? I literally can't remember. Throw anything. Random bullshit go! This is literally just random bullshit go. All alchemists gain the throw anything feat as a bonus feat. Wait, do they? No, this is removed. Okay, the others have it, I just haven't noticed it. My bad, I apologize. Bottled Ally. A second level, a preserver adds Summons Nature Ally to his formula book as a first level extract. Bottled Ally 2. Oh boy, oh boy. All the way up to Bottled Ally 6. The Reanimator is an alchemist who has discovered how to infuse a corpse with a semblance of life. Corpse studying. Whenever a Reanimator kills an enemy, he gains a +1 alchemical bonus on attack and weapon damage rolls against the end of combat. Okay, so... Wait, whenever he kills an enemy. At 50 and every 6 levels after, this bonus increases by +1 to a maximum of +4. Reanimator's bomb deal damage 1 die category lower than normal. Okay, so bombs not as good with this guy. Simple reanimation. Lesser animator dead. Ooh. They do gain alchemical bonuses. Prove reanimation. Create undead. Now we're getting into cool stuff. Greater reanimation. Create greater undead. We're slowly becoming guys with this one, I think. The vivisectionist. The vivisectionist studies bodies to better understand their function. Unlike a chirurgeon, a vivisectionist's goals are not related to healing, but rather experimentation and knowledge that most people would consider evil. Considering you have the sneak attack, I would argue that you are probably evil at that point. Yes, medical discovery, my bad. Obviously. Why do I feel like this would be Odiri's class? For anyone who doesn't know, Odiri, she's also a VTuber. One of my earlier friends I've met on the journey. She is also a doctor. And let's say I think she might enjoy this class in particular. I don't know why. She might enjoy opening up her enemies. But I think it would be either between this one or the... Actually no, probably not the reanimator. She might also like the Pokemon battle. Just having creatures at her beck and call. That would also work probably. Okay, that was the Alchemist. Next up, the Arcanist. Also, I forgot to check. The difficulty, it's pretty high on the Alchemist, it seems. No? Oh, wait. Support. Okay, so green support. Defense. I don't expect them to have that much defense as a base, but I guess that works. Huh. Magic. Control. Relative effectiveness of a class in summoning creatures and controlling enemies while using the pre-made build. Okay, so it's specifically for the pre-made build, not the specialized ones. Understandable. Next up, Arcanist. The Arcanists are masters of arcane magic. They apply a wide array of spells that make them useful in a lot of different situations. After resting, they choose a limited amount of spells they can use that day. Arcanists are capable of making their spells more powerful. So spellcasting, obviously. Arcane Reservoir possesses an innate reservoir of arcane magic that they can use for magical abilities and empowering their spells. Okay. And Arcanist exploits. Arcanists learn exploits that let them duplicate simple spells or effects of feats by expending points of the Arcane Reservoir. Excuse me, duplicate. Either effects or outright spells. Are you... Okay, I can see how this one's broken. Brown Fur Transmuter. I'm not sure I've seen this one before, so let's get into it. Frequently called brown furs, these transmutation-focused Arcanists are known for transforming themselves into animals. What few realize is that these specialized Arcanists excel at turning themselves and others into all kinds of creatures. Powerful change. At 3rd level, the Brown Fur Transmuter learns to harness the power of his magic to empower his or her transmutations. Whenever the Brown Fur Transmuter casts a transmutation spell using one of his arcane spell slots. She can expend 1 point from her arcane point reservoir as a free action to bolster the spell. If the spell grants a bonus to an ability scroll, the bonus is then increased by 2. Okay, no more than 1 point. At least there are some limits. Share transmutation. At 9th level, the brown fur transmuter can target others with her transmutation spells. Okay, to change with a range of personal to a range of touch. So it changes from self-transform to transform the one you touch. Okay, fair enough. Transmutation Supremacy. Allows to fully master power transmutation whenever transmutation spell is treated as if it were affected by the extend spell feat without altering the casting time or slot used. Okay, the bonus is increased by 4 instead of 2. Now target a willing creature within close range. I wonder if this is the class, the type of stories of just going like, okay, party, be ready, we are now going to turn into Tyrannosaurus Rex. 6 of us. I wonder if this is the class that enables that game plan. Eldritch Font. Some arcanists, the power bubbling from within is nearly too much to contain. They become adept at shaping this magical energy without needing to build it up in spells. Font of Power. An Eldritch Font grants 1 additional spell slot for each level of the Arcanist. Okay. However, the number of spells each level that she can prepare reduces by 1. Interesting. Consume spell. Okay, consume spells was there before, I just didn't check it out. What is this? Spend an available Arcanist spell slot as a move action. You can use the ability a number of times to a charisma modifier. Doing this adds a number of points to Arcane Reservoir. Okay. Cannot consume cantrips. Fair point. Magic Deceiver. Some learn magic to gain power, others in pursuit of a higher purpose. A magic deceiver is one who has learned to fool magic itself, combining known spells to devise entirely new forms of manipulation. Excuse me, how do you trick magic itself? Ways of the deceiver. Finds their own way to fabricate magic and mislead others. Each such path alters their abilities and offers different means for achieving their ends. Magic Fusion X. Fucking excuse me. First level, a magic deceiver gains the ability to create fused spells, combining the effects of 2 regular spells from her spellbook. She does not receive bonus spell from ability scores and cannot add spells from other classes' spell list to her spellbook. Due to the divergence between the principles of magic use, a magic deceiver cannot take the Mystic Torch or Lore Master classes. The magic deceiver gives each fused spell a name and writes it in her spellbook. A fused spell gains the effect of both initial spells. The effects of the 2 initial spells are applied in order, one after the other. A fused spell gains all the descriptions of the initial spells and has a level equal to the highest level of the initial spells, and is always cast as a standard action and cannot be modified using metamagic. If the initial spells belong to a different school of magic, have different spell shapes, or require saves of different types to avoid their effects. When casting a fused spell, the magic deceiver defines these properties, choosing between the corresponding properties of the initial spells. The choice of the spell's shape also determines its range, targets, and whether or not it is affected by the target's spell resistance. If the initial spells have the same shape, the best options are chosen for these properties. Of course they are. If the effect requires... Okay. Makes a single saving throw, excluding cases where it is required to make another save after a failed save. Magic Receiver can have up to 10 fuse spells in her spellbook at a time. If the effects applied by a fuse spell have limits on the maximum number of damage dice, the fuse spell receives the following limits instead. Spell level 1. 5 damage dice. Oh my... Unlimited number of... Okay, I think I've read enough. I think I've read enough to know that this class is probably busted. And I think I've read enough to know that this class is probably kind of close to what I am. Making your own spells and abilities, that's definitely something I do enjoy quite a bit. Nature Mage. Some arcanists have innate abilities closely linked to nature. They use their intelligence to dive deeper into the secrets of the world. They get nature magic, so kind of like a druid but with arcane points? Huh. Race prerequisite for this class archetype? Gnome. Yeah, sure. Phantasmal Mage. The strong bond with the fairies determines a natural predisposition of gnomes to the magic of the First World. By sacrificing time to learn the modern arcanist techniques, phantasmal mages become true masters of the meta magic when it comes to the School of Illusion. I missed the chance to do a very squeaky voice here. I have to do better. The Unlettered Alchemist. Some arcanists store their spells as whispered secrets within familiars instead of on paper. Oh! So you just get a pet? As a witch does. Sorry, can I cast my spells from my familiar then? Is that how this works? Okay. And we have White Mage. I wonder if this is like the same as in as the White Mage of Final Fantasy. A White Mage is an arcanist touched by the divine power and gifted with the ability to heal others. Spontaneous healing. A White Mage can expend 1 point from her arcane reservoir to use one of her spell slots to cast Cure. A cure spell. Any spell with cure in its name. Oh. Any spell. And later on we gain Breath of Life, if I've read that correctly. Okay then. Over here we have the Barbarian. Barbarians are melee warriors who plunge into rage. No, wait. I can do a better job. Barbarians are melee warriors who plunge into rage to deal with the enemies a lot of damage. They move fast and have a lot of health, but are kind of poorly armored. As they advance, the barbarians gain immunity to some of the enemy's tactical advantages. Okay, that had a bit more rage and fire to it. The Armored Hulk. Hulk Smash. Hulk Smash. Some barbarians disdain the hides and leather used as armor by most of their kin. Instead, they master the heaviest of armors, even those created by more civilized people, to gain greater protection and stability in battle. Hulk Smash Hulk Gladiator now. Hulk in armor. The fact that I know at some point Hulk is literally a gladiator makes this infinitely more funny to me. I remember joking about it at some point. The movie was not out at that time. I don't think so. Nominal stance, armor proficiency. No dodging, no danger sense. Oh my god. Yeah, we don't sense danger. We rely on steel. Relies only on critical hit confirmation rolls. Okay. So it's pretty much impossible to critical hit this person. Understood. Beastskin Berserker. While some barbarians take on bestial aspects in their ragers, the Beastskin Berserker descends so deeply into primal rage that she actually transforms into an animal. Berserkers of the surface world often associate with predators such as bears or wolves, and are sometimes mistaken for lycanthropes. Some barbarians shape-change into rampaging dinosaurs or megafauna, crafting their armor out of the hide and bones of their favorite animals. Savage Report. The Beastskin Berserker adds half her level on lore, nature, and persuasion skill checks. Persuasion only when used to intimidate. Good to know. Yeah, these guys don't move fast. Feral transformation. Okay, you become a medium wolf. Feral transformation 2. Medium leopard. Are these the same? They might be. Or not. What's the last one? Feral transformation 3. Oh, just a bear? Come on. Wait, I gained... Okay, rage power has been moved. Hello there, Huddle. Finally passed Blessed Arena Night Boss at Tower of Penance. Got Delirium Chunks and other materials. Got your Mighty Sword to maximum level, plus 10. What an achievement. Indeed, that is quite an achievement. Also, welcome. I'm currently going through all of the classes of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, doing various voices for each of them, as it suits me. And let's just say that we will be here for a while, so I hope you have some snacks, maybe a drink. Maybe move me on to the second monitor, so you can enjoy some games. What I'm trying to say is that we are going to be reading, or at least I will be reading the classes for a long time. And some of them are quite hilarious. You will hear fits of laughter from me every now and then. And all of them are, well, plenty. I'm ready to be here for several hours in case it was not obvious. Just reading all of these. Speaking of, the next one. The Flesh Eater. A flesh eater eats flesh to create a spiritual bond between himself and the consumed creature, allowing her to take on aspects of the creature that served as the meal. Crush and Tear. At first level, a flesh eater gains a bite attack. Obviously. Assuming the flesh eater is medium, 1d4 damage. Otherwise, 1d3 damage is small. 11.5 snacks and drink, looking forward to it. Excellent. Now, I don't know how much you know about Pathfinder, but it's pretty much one of the rival games to D&D, Dungeons and Dragons. And it kind of branched off and became its own thing around the time of D&D, I want to say 3.4 edition? No, 3.5 edition, what am I saying? I'm not even sure if there was a 3.4. 3.5 edition, which was highly popular and quite a lot more complex than current D&D, which is 5th edition if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, this is why you will see a lot of mentions of dice. They have the same origin, but they've taken a very different path. They are their own thing now. And unlike D&D, who simplify things, Pathfinder went the completely opposite way and complicated things a lot more. There are so many more choices, details and whatnot. And it will be reflected in all of the classes that we will be going to, because Jesus Christ, there's a lot. Power from flesh. The flesh eater develops an unyielding hunger, which can only be satisfied by the essence of a magical creature. Devouring the flesh of a dead creature is a full round action that can be used on any dragon, fae, magical beast outside or undead that has a body. Imagine you're a goddamn lich or a skeleton and you're like, what will you do? I have no enemies, I have no predators, I have no... Takes a look at the flesh eater with a fork and a knife being like, are you done? Can I have my lunch now? I kind of want to see a game where a lich became immortal just to not be counted among the lesser creatures that people hunt and whatnot. And one of the party members just so happens to be this. And he's like, oh, excellent. Lunch. Like, imagine going through all of the process of becoming a lich. All of the sacrifices, the research, the knowledge, the alignment of the stars, and God knows what else you require for that shit. And at the end, you are finally a lich, you are finally immortal. And along just comes a random guy and eats you. Oh god, that would be embarrassing. And someone has some points to heal. Ooh. Okay. They don't appear to have rage, at least not at the same levels. Changeable form, excuse me. At 7th level, the Flesh Eater forms a connection with the creature she consumes. Any traits and abilities gained by Devour Flesh now work even when she is not raging. And Devour Flesh now also grants her a major trait based on the Devour creature's type. In addition, now maximum number of essence points the Flesh Eater can hold is 2. Oh great. You slowly become those you eat. Unbound Rage instead of Greater Rage, okay. What exactly is the difference? So, weapon tone damage, damage rolls, will saves increases to +3. Auto temporary hit points, 3 per hit die. This one grows larger when entering a rage. Was at least one size category larger than her base size. Okay. Unbound Range works as the enlarged person spell, except the Flesh Eater gains +4 size bonus to strength and a -2 penalty to intelligence. Okay, fair enough. You are what you eat. At 14th level, the Flesh Eater learns to awaken the abilities of creatures whose bodies she consumes. Whenever she devours a creature, she gains a special ability based on the creature's type. Dragon, Fae, Magical, Outsider, or Undead, which can use as a standard action at the cost of 2 essence points. Abilities gained this way are not affected by spell resistance. Oh my! Bypasses spell resistance, good to know. And you can hold more essence points. Alrighty then. Ooh, Unbound Form. Gains the benefits of her one range. Her size increases by 1 additional category, and her size bonus to strength increases by +8 to a total +12 size bonus. Okay, this seems like a fun class, not gonna lie. This seems like a... I want to become my enemies. I want to eat my enemies. I want to become them as well. I want to collect them, use them, and then hunt some more. This seems like that sort of class. I can appreciate that. It's interesting. It's definitely terrifying and creepy as all hell, but we are not going to get into that over here. Instinctual Warrior. Some people consider instinctual warriors savages, driven by rage and animal instincts. Instinctual warriors represent the opposite picture. They are concentrated fighters who are so adept at controlling their rage that they can fight blind, relying on only a sixth sense. Ooh. Cunning illusion. When unarmored and not wielding a shield. Wisdom bonus. Wow, you were not... The description was not key when he said they are wise and focused. Rage power instinctual warrior. Used her rage in new ways. Okay. Another rage power. Benefits of rage powers only while raging. Blind fight. In melee, every time you miss because of a concealment, you can reroll your miss chance percentile one time to see if you actually hit. Invisible attacker gets no advantages related to hitting you in melee. That is, you don't lose your dexterity bonus to armor class, and the attacker doesn't get the usual +2 for being invisible. You also gain immunity to gaze attacks. Huh. Diamond soul, diamond body, deflect arrows, perfect self, and purity of body. Isn't this just a monk crossed with a berserker? I think this is just a monk crossed with a berserker. This is the complaint. This is amazing. Invulnerable Rager. Some barbarians learn to take out whatever comes their way, shrugging off mortal wounds with ease. These barbarians invite their enemies to attack them, and use pain to fuel their rage. Honestly, this seems like the most barbarian. I don't know how to put it otherwise. This is literally too angry to die. Extreme endurance, damage reduction. Yeah. This is literally too angry to die, the class. Mad Dog. The name for the wild savages who fight alongside rabid dogs. Mad Dogs employ all manner of beasts as their battle brethren. Okay, I can see it. So, kind of a barbarian, but with a pet? Pack tactics. If there's anything that D&D memes and shorts have taught me, is that pack tactics is broken. At level 2, a Mad Dog and their war beast gains a +4 on attack rolls while flanking the same opponent, instead of the normal 2. Yeah, that seems kind of broken. Ferocious Strip. The war beast gains Strip as a bonus feat. Oh, okay. So you can trip your enemies, I'm guessing. Throat Cutter. Not exactly what I would have expected to see here, to be honest. Animal Companion, though. I'm kind of curious what animal companion you can get here, so let's just go a bit further into all of these. Don't worry, none of these are staying. I just want to see. There we go, the animal companion. So we have dire bear, and dire boar, elk, hissing centipede. Okay, now we're getting into the fun stuff. This companion can be used as a mount. We got mounts. I keep forgetting there's actual mounts in this. So the previous ones can be mounts. The hissing centipede though, no, it's not a mount. Honestly understandable. At 7th level, a hissing centipede becomes large. Okay. Well, these are medium so far. Oh, the horse starts out at large. 4th level, gain stats, hit attack become primary. While riding a horse, you gain +1 to AC and attack rolls against enemies on medium or smaller size. Leopard, small. 4th level becomes medium. Mastodon! Mastodon. Ah yes, you know, the classic companion for an adventurer. The Mastodon. Becomes large and gains, okay. Monitor lizard. Specifically monitor lizard, okay. I can see it. Riding dog. Riding dog. You tell me that this is a dog that I can ride around. Okay then. Similodon. By the name, I think this is some type of dinosaur. Triceratops. I happen to know that this is a dinosaur. Velociraptor. This is definitely a dinosaur. And then the humble wolf. The very last one. Okay, my curiosity is satisfied. Let's go back. Pack Rager. Barbarian Ragers can be a thing of savage beauty, exhibiting a little grace. While such uncontrolled displays of carnage often disregard group tactics, there are those barbarians whose rages inspire and spur on their allies during these ferocious dances of death. Translation: they are a massive raging party. Yeah, raging tactician. They make everyone around them rage as well, if I understood this correctly. Okay, that was the barbarian. Jesus Christ, it's been an hour and I'm only done with 2 of these. Next up is the Bard, one of the best support classes in the game. Breaking the fourth wall a bit there. Wielding a lot of arcane spells, in addition to empowering the allies that can heal them, as well as control and weaken the enemies. Bards are well versed in many skills like disarming traps, and are especially good at passing lore and knowledge checks. Yeah, they definitely broke a few... Oh, hello there raiders, hello there kinds! Welcome. You're just in time to see me bash my head as I attempt to read all of the classes and actually make a character sometime this millennium. Dragon Raid indeed. How was the stream? Did you expand the shop? Because I know you were playing, what's the name? TCG Simulator. Trading Card Game Simulator. Also, let me just grab a little something here. For anyone who wants to check out Kinds. I shall ensure that you have the link readily accessible. Right here. Managed to expand it twice. Nice. Whether it be on YouTube or on Twitch, please give him a follow. He's a wonderful fellow. A bit more on the loot side than I am, but what can you do? To each their own, as I like to say. Also, he is a fantastic editor, great content creator, and a good friend of mine, so please do check him out if you feel so inclined. Now then. It is the least I can do for entrusting me with your viewers for now. I shall do my best to ensure that they are returned intact in one piece, or as many pieces as my eldritch ramblings will allow. And of course, if you do need to rest up... No, I was about to say that if you need to rest up, anything else, go for it. I understand. Rest well, and I'll get back to you tomorrow with that list that I mentioned. Now then, to anyone from Kinds' chat, I'm Hatenashi Raza, the narrator of Realities, and currently we are diving back, well, at least I'm diving back, into Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. And I'm doing that by reading every single subclass, a little bit about the actual skills, and hopefully, by the end of the stream, actually making the goddamn character so we can begin the actual story. Once again, thank you for the kinds, and thank you for the good wishes. Rest well. So, where was I? Yes, I've read the Bard difficulty, which, for some reason, it's not as big as the Arcanist or the Alchemist. The Barbarian is fairly easy, I have to agree there. So, the Archaeologist. No stodgy researcher, this archaeologist meets his research head-on the field. Archaeologists sacrifice the bard's inspirational performance for a smattering of rogue talents. In other words, welcome to Indiana Jones, everyone. Archaeologist's luck. Fortune favors the archaeologist. I'm pretty sure that's not what the saying goes, but who am I to contempt and challenge the game designers? As a swift action, an archaeologist can call on Fortune's favor, granting him a +1 luck bonus on attack rolls, saving throws, and skill checks, and weapon damage rolls. He can use this ability for a number of rounds per day equal to 4 plus his charisma modifier. Entering this bonus is a free action, but it ends immediately if the archaeologist is skilled, paralyzed, stunned, knocked unconscious, or otherwise prevented from taking a free action to maintain it each round. His luck is treated as a bardic performance for the purposes of feats. Okay. And then I can see the basic bard stuff around here. Clever Explorer. Gains a bonus equal to half his class level on trickery and perception checks. But we do lose Well Versed from the classic bard. I just noticed one of my favorite spells just by the name. We'll get back into it when the time is right, which is probably going to be sooner rather than later. We do have Danger Sense, which is interesting. And we do not have Deadly Performance. Okay. Next up, Beast Tamer. Bards originate from a variety of backgrounds, including former shepherds, street charmers, and such. Those who find animals a more appreciative audience than humans are usually become known. I'm going to chalk that up as a translation error. Usually become known as beast tamers. Such bards can greatly enhance the abilities of their beast allies to inspiring performances. Spontaneous summoning. A beast tamer can channel stored spell energy into summoning spells she hasn't prepared ahead of time. She can spend a proper spell in order to cast a Summon Nature's ally spell of the same level or lower. We have this call. Okay. And Summon Nature's ally. A natural might. Huh? The summoned ally appears where you designate and acts according to its initiative check all the results. It attacks your opponent to the best of its ability. Wait, it's an actual might. Hold on. So you summon a literal bug. Augment summoning. Okay. Probably the bug becomes a bit stronger at that point. Yes, the jack of all trades. The classic bard, good at everything. Spire heroics. Okay. How do I even pronounce this one? Chelexian Diva. We'll just assume that I got it on the first try, shall we? Chelexian is well known for its elaborate operas, and as with any kind of theater, there are performances whose egos get the better of them. Performers, not performances, slight difference. Some have an inflated idea of their talent and importance. A few, the Chelexian Divas, are wholly justified in their feelings of superiority. In their pursuit of glory, their magic and discipline allow them to prove themselves better than any upstart actor, dancer, or chorus member. And when crossed, their fury is legendary. So what you're telling me is that this is the talented Karen. This is the Karen that says, do you know who you are talking about? And for once she's actually right. This is that. Noted. Literally famous. A Chelexian Diva adds half her class level, minimum 1, as a bonus to persuasion checks when used for diplomacy or bluff. They don't have bardic knowledge though. Devastating Aria. Can spend 1 round of bardic performance to direct a burst of sonically charged words at a creature or object. This performance deals sonic damage plus the Diva's level to an object or half this damage to a living creature. Wait. Full stop. I just realized something ridiculous. The object is taking more damage than the living being from this. This is the equivalent of me screaming at a door. The door shatters. I scream at a person. And they don't even go deaf. They're just mildly annoyed that they tell me to shut the hell up. Okay. The tragedy of false hope. These names are something else. At 3rd level, a Chelexian Diva learns to create a feeling of deceptive confidence in an enemy. When she activates this performance, all enemies within 30 feet become flat-footed, for as long as she maintains the performance. A successful will save negates the effect. Any target that has uncanny dodge class feature or ability similar is immune to the performance. This is a mind-affecting emotion effect. Okay. Literal prima donna. 5th level. Her efforts to undo her rivals increase. Dirge of Doom. Vindictive Soliloquy. And provide an impassioned monologue from the point of view of a noble queen, voicing her inner turmoil and being betrayed by her own sister and calling for justice to strike from the head. Okay, imagine this. You are fighting, I don't know, a magister, the mayor, or I don't know, some town guard. You look up to the heavens and you're like, God, woe is me! My sister has betrayed me! The guard is like, Ma'am, I'm a guy. My sister has betrayed me. She speaks these untrue words. God, please, smite her. Ma'am, I'm still a guy. And he gets smited by the heavens. This is the gaslight class. I refuse to consider it anything else. This is the gaslight class. You gaslit the heavens into eliminating your opposition. Okay, moving on. Bash's Requiem! Okay, this has to be just the Uri meme. Re! Or I cannot do that voice. I am not good at raising my voice too loud most of the times. But that is that meme. You know the one. And if you don't, you can just Google it or YouTube it afterwards. Dirge Bard. A composer of sonorous laments for the dead and elaborate requiems for those lost yet long remembered. Dirge bards master musical tools and tropes that must appeal to the ears and hearts of both the living and the dead. Okay. Haunted Eyes. Ooh. So they gain a bonus on saves against fear, curses, death effects, and necromantic effects. Secrets of the Grave. A bonus equal to half the bar level on low religion checks. A Dirge Bard may use his mind-altering spells to affect undead as if they were living creatures. Undead creatures are treated as humanoids for the purposes of determining which spells affects them. In addition, he adds the following necromantic spells: Cause Fear, Command Undead, Fear, Wave of Fatigue, and Banshee Blast. And now we get to my all-time favorite spell in the entire game, just from the name. Inspire Competence. Have you ever been in this situation? Your teammates are letting you down. They're feeding the enemy. The score is like 5-29. You take a deep breath. You look them in the eyes. You open the mic. And you scream, "Inspire Competence!" And suddenly they all play better. No, even better. Do better! Stop sucking! Stop being bad at the game! Uninstall! Or play better! Imagine if saying all of those actually worked and people just played better after you did that. This is that spell. This is the spell every single competitive player in history wants on speed dial. Like, they want to have a macro on the keyboard for this thing. Dance of the Dead. A Dirge Bard can use his bardic performance to cause dead bones or bodies to rise up and fight at his command. I like how it says dead bones or bodies. So you don't even need the entire corpse, you just need a mass of bones. Like, imagine a necromancer did experiments that exploded the chest and the head for whatever reason. Just go with it. So he has an entire room filled with just bones of feet and arms. And imagine you cast this spell. You just have an army of arms and legs ready to fight. That's kind of hilarious and also extremely terrifying when I think about it. Moving on. Soothing Performance. Ooh. Create an effect equivalent to Cure Serious Wounds Mass. Okay. Flame Dancer. A Flame Dancer studies the movements of fire, adding its grace to his repertoire. He seeks truth in fire's burning essence, and uses his performance to unleash the power of fire against those who dare oppose him. So, pretty much, no Inspire Competence, but you do have Fire Dance. Can bend flames away from others. Oh. So it's a firebender. Understandable. And yeah, within 30 feet of the bard. Can hear or see the bardic performance. Gains resist fire 10. Okay. Fan the flames. Has burning hands, burning arc, and fireball. At 8th level. I'm unsure what level fireball is. Fireball spell invocation. Yeah, maximum 10d6 to every creature within the area. Yeah, that's a spicy meatball, as they say. Anything else that's particular to this class? Does not seem like it. Okay. All of these classes have unique skills and benefits. Yes. That's the beauty of Pathfinder. Everything is so different. Well, now granted, all of these are still bard classes to some extent. But they have so many different things. Sometimes they blend with some other classes, sometimes they have something completely unique and all of their own. It makes picking a class absolute hell, but it's also so fun to have the variety available. It adds a lot of replayability to the game, if I'm honest. And that's before we get into how well they've done the choices. Like, I did a bit of research while I was playing. Apparently you can go very, very evil if you want to. And when I say very evil, I mean, yeah, sure, you could go so evil that the evil guys turn against you. Not because they want to conquer the world, but because they want to save the world from you. Because that's how bad you are. Or, you could just go, you know what? No. I'm going to unify the world. I'm going to make everything good. I'm just gonna need everyone else to die and serve me as undead for the rest of forever. Problem solved. And you become pretty much the god of the dead. Those are options available to you in this game. We won't be seeing them for a while, but I know they exist somewhere. Will we take them? Maybe. Maybe we'll become a dragon. Maybe we'll become an angel. Maybe we'll just join the evil guy and be like, you know what? You have a point. I'm switching sides. There are so many things you can do in this game, and the best semblance of game that I can compare this to is Baldur's Gate 3. Like, the principle of choices and complexity and what you can do is very, very similar. Thundercolor. Among the mythical leaders, the mystical leaders are those who speak for the spirits of the land, those who bear the knowledge of the ancients, and those whose voices ring like thunder, calling the sky's wrath upon their enemies. Bound to the land. A lore color gains a bonus equal to half his level on lore checks, nature lore checks. Okay, we don't have bardic knowledge, which makes sense. Thunder Call. Okay. Insight to Rage. Wait, we also have Rage? Hold up. So we have Rage. Thunder Call. We don't have a lot of the bardic stuff, it seems. Storm Call. The lightning storm lasts for as long as she continues the performance, calling down one bolt of lightning per round on a random enemy. Okay. If in a stormy area, including a whirlwind formed by an air elemental of at least large size, each bolt deals 3d10 instead of 3d6. Okay, so there is some synergy there you could do, maybe with one of your other characters. that possibly summons an elemental. Tranquil Whisperer. Some bards use their upbeat music to fire up their allies, but Tranquil Whisperers do the opposite. They play their soothing melodies, soothing compositions to alleviate any emotional pressure on their comrades and improve their concentration. Inspire Tranquility. At first level, a Tranquil Whisperer can use his performance to inspire tranquility in his allies, including himself, bolstering their defenses. To be affected, an ally must be able to perceive the bard's performance. The affected ally receives a +1 morale bonus to armor class, and suppresses the effects of all kinds of rage. At 5th level, and every 6 bard levels thereafter, this bonus increases by 1 to a maximum of +4. Okay. So kind of a counter to barbarian rages and whatnot, as far as I can tell. More of a defensive bard even. Tranquil Apotheosis. At level 20, Tranquil Whisperer's mind changes completely. He gains immunity to confusion and mind-affecting effects and counts as an outsider. So your mind becomes so calm, you essentially become the Buddha, from what I understand here. Like, you legitimately transcend the mortal plane at that point. You are no longer human or mortal. You're an outsider. Okay, that's definitely an option. Blood Rager, which is somehow different than a barbarian, but apparently they do have a few common things. A lot of common things, actually. Because I see their features and abilities are pretty much the same. So... wait, are there... okay, they do have a few changes. So the Blood Rangers have more in magic, support and defense, but less in control than the Barbarian. Interesting. Blood Ragers are berserkers who succumb to rage to increase their power in melee fight. They can use a basic set of arcane spells, mostly to empower themselves. As a Blood Rager advances, they gain immunity to certain enemies' tactical advantages. Blood Rider. In the world's wildlands, a mount is an advantage in both everyday life and the dealing of death. In many barbarian tribes, the true stature of a warrior is determined by his skill and ferocity on horseback. Other tribes measure it in the skill on top whatever terrible mounts their people employ. A number of Blood Ragers are not only skilled in the art of mounted combat, but have learned to channel their arcane energies directly into their mount. Okay, so I think this is our first mounted specialization class. Fast Rider. The Blood Rider is adept at pushing his mount to its limit. The speed of any mount the Blood Rager rides is increased by 10 feet. But they themselves lose fast movement. Blood Sanctuary. Okay. They gain Animal Companion level 5 and Feral Mount. Feral Mount. This ability functions as the druid's animal companion. Okay. Must be one he is capable of riding and suitable as a mount. Whenever he is raging, the Feral Mount gains bonuses. Okay. Huh. Wait. Can I... okay, this might be a dumb question, but can I have the mount and the animal companion at the same time? As in have them separate? Because that sounds like a bit of a loophole I would like to exploit at some point. Yeah, the rest is pretty much Blood Rage stuff. Green Rager. Okay, you have my interest. Typically, nature finds its greatest harmony with divine magic, but sometimes a connection with the natural world manifests itself through the arcane current in the veins of Blood Ragers, called Green Ragers. These Blood Ragers funnel their eldritch heritage into abilities that allow them to call powerful allies from nature and empower them with their Blood Rage. Okay. Unfeathered Fury. Move through undergrowths with frightening speed and grace. Any sort of difficult terrain at normal speed and without the damage or suffering any other impairment. That might be kind of powerful. Summoning Rager. Knows the secrets of summoning allies from nature. Okay. Interesting. Hag Riven. The powerful rituals that create a Hag Riven can work for any creature tenacious enough to endure them. Those who survive without transforming into hags are scarred and saturated in arcane power. Claws of the Hag. A Hag Riven grows claws that are treated as natural weapons. These claws are primarily attacks and deal 1d4 points of damage each. 1d3 for small creatures. Second level, these claws are considered magic weapons for the purpose of overcoming damage reduction. 5th level, the damage is 1d6, 1d4 for small. 9th level, the Hag Riven gains the Rend ability with her claw attacks. Total critical hit on a natural roll of 19 or 20. Damage increases again. Inflict weakness on enemy. Weakness. Whenever the Hag Riven hits a foe with claw attacks, the victim takes 1d4 points of strength damage. Okay, that's quite a bit. Iserin Ryoko, hello there. Lazy Nya. If you do require sleep, please do take it. I will understand. In fact, I highly recommend it. I know mortals need their beauty naps. And even if it's not a beauty naps, their regular naps are very much so necessary. Now let's see, what else do we have here? Just the hags? Ooh, Sorcerer's Claws. I think this is where it becomes magic. Scarred Hide. Mortals, yes. I am an immortal myself. Sleep is, should I call it a luxury? No, not quite. Necessary? Not really. It's pleasant at times. It depends. But I do, every now and then, maybe once every 3 to 4 days, I maybe take a 3-hour nap. Maybe 4 hours if I'm particularly tired. But then again, that's me. And I do like being a little bit more closer to mortals. So every now and then I do things that only mortals should be doing. Such as napping. Don't mind my teasing, of course. Comfy naps are very much so enjoyable. Just not for me. Mixed Blood Rager. Sometimes, mixed blood makes a Blood Rager into an unstoppable martial machine, forcing conflicting impulses on his mind. Ooh. Wait, what is that emote? That emote looks fun. Yep, sorry for the interruption of the ambience. Now they have mixed bloodlines. Powers of different bloodlines once per day. Hold on. Twitch is being a little bit troublesome here. What indeed? You definitely take naps from time to time. As you should. As you should. There we go. Now I have the chat in front of me again. Now, this one, mixed bloodlines. I haven't really explained the bloodline thing. So... where is it? If I select this... race whatever. Background is whatever. I want to get to the point where I can show everyone the bloodline thingamajig. Sure, we'll have a god. Got a good.
I'm always ready.
Wait, where is... Am I dumb? Mixed bloodlines. In your sincerity, we invoke the powers of different bloodlines. One per day can choose a bloodline. Oh! Also, I can just swap bloodlines. That's why I didn't see an option for it. You normally just nap something to eat. Yeah, that works as well, I guess. So, I'm gonna have to find... Yeah, you know what? This one works. To properly explain this one allows you to swap your bloodlines constantly, if I remember and understand correctly. Then you can get a second mixed bloodline. So, let's go into this one, because this one should have... Yeah, the bloodline is right here now. The bloodline, what does it do actually? It allows you to have an ancestor that was a fairly powerful entity. Be it an abyssal, which is essentially a very powerful demon. An arcane bloodline, which is wizard, sorcerer, eldritch nature, whatever. A celestial, which is essentially an angel. A variety of dragons and elementals, which at higher level will literally allow you to turn into said elementals or dragons. The Fae, aka the fairies of this world, which have quite a few interesting abilities around here, including the Sylvan bloodline, which gives some nature spells. We even have the Hag as an option, which grants, once again, quite a few interesting and spicy abilities. Bestow Curse, Hag Transformation. The Infernal. The Pit lives in your blood. Maybe one of your ancestors was seduced by the powers of hell, or made a deal with the devil. Either way, its corruption sees within your lineage. Yeah. One detail that I know a lot of people are not aware of. Working to operate Bloody Glory to max. Ooh, nice. One detail that a lot of people who are not familiar with D&D in general will miss. Demons and devils, yes, they are both denizens of hell, but they're kind of, how do I say it? They're in a bit of a power struggle with each other most of the time. So, you have the over here we have the Abyssals, and then you have the Infernals. It's pretty much the same thing. Moving on. Serpentine bloodline. So, essentially a Naga, for the most part. And then undead. You can actually be an undead. All corruption of undead is a part of you, somewhere in the past that became infused with your bloodline. Your connection to the attributes of undead bestows frightening power when you blood rage. Oh, it's specifically when I blood rage. Huh. Wait, are all of these specifically into my blood rage? Yes. So I think this is slightly different for some of the others. Because there are more bloodlines for other classes. I think the gimmick with the Blood Rager. Their bloodlines are active only when they rage. Noted. Okay, did I go to this one? I think I... Wait. While the Blood Rage powers come from the very essence of a Blood Rager's being and are often strict and immutable, some Blood Ragers tap into ancient traditions and primitive wisdom to enhance their rages with something more primal. The Primalist mixes his bloodline with more traditional rage powers. Okay, so they take a bit more from the Barbarian, is what I'm getting from this. They have the Bloodline and the Blood Rage as well. Blood Rage proficiencies. Primal choices. No, this is what they have. Okay. Primalist can choose to take either his Bloodline power or 2 Barbarian Rage powers. Oh. Interesting choice. We might see if it pays out in the end. The Reformed Fiend. Race prerequisite for this archetype. Tiefling. Do you want to change races? Yes. So the Tieflings, they're essentially descendants of demons, for lack of a better word. That's the basics of it. It can get a lot more complicated, but let's keep it simple for now. God knows that we aren't even half to all of these, and it's already been an hour and a half. Reformed Fiend. The teaching of Light Gods say that everyone deserves the right to redemption. Everyone, except the demons. It's right there on the dotted line. The very tiny little bit that no one reads. Reformed Fiends are demons who have entered on the path of good, although they still look like monsters in the eyes of the most of the living, but no one will dare to doubt that the rage with which they fight the creatures of evil is the force that the world needs the most in these difficult times. Some might say necessary evil, some might say on the path to redemption, but it's definitely an interesting choice for a character. Oh wait, they have Bloodline removed and Bloodline added. Hold on. Choose a heritage. Oh yes, because we are Tiefling, we choose which type of demon or hellish influence was our ancestor. And there's quite a few interesting ones. We actually have Oni spawn. Huh. Motherless. Clipot ancestry. Maron is saying this is basically a giant spider, at least from the looks of it. Pitborn. Shackleborn. Crichton spawn. Shackleborn are fascinated by mutilation and torture. Ah, that side of Twitter, understandable. Though they prefer to practice their cruel art on others, they accept that sometimes the wheel must turn and greet their own moments of anguish and confinement with an odd serenity. Of course they do. Sprite spawn. An innate sense of jealousy and pure malice drives the sprite spawn to spread misery and despair. Unable to experience joy themselves, they devote their lives to promoting gloom, all the while hiding the hatefulness that lurks at their core. This is literally just a large amount of the Oni chance spawn. Sorry, you'll see yourself out. No, that was a good one. I'll allow it. You know I'm many levels deeper down the weeb road when the first joke that I make is not the Oni-chan one. It's the one of the actual Oni, aka the demon in Japanese mythology. Because that's where my mind went at first. Don't worry, you can get worse, yeah. Oh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. And don't worry, you are in good company. I'm fairly certain there are many others who will prove themselves either your equal or far worse. Tiefling. Although many tieflings follow the oh wait, this is just... this is just another one of me, because I am the tiefling here. Although many tieflings follow the general model of the tiefling, many more do not. Those different lineages may evidence the dramatically different manifestations of their heritage, both in appearance and ability. Oh. Okay. Grimspawn. They're pessimistic. Grimspawn are so enthralled by death, disease, and dilapidation that they often dedicate themselves to ending lives from behind the scenes as macabre saboteurs. Okay then. Foulspawn. Crude and brutish, Foulspawn take a particular delight in giving offense and scandalizing polite society. They enjoy violating taboos more than breaking laws, even if it means degrading or repulsing an innocent. Foulspawn. Lacking any sense of your pity, Foulspawn abhor all ways of life but their own. They inflict severe emotional and physical pain on others and never stop picking at the resulting psychological scars. So, I get the feeling this is inspired by a lot of people's exes. Well, for as long as it doesn't pull out your tieflings. Yeah, I would not worry about that. Ooh, Beast Brood, Rakshasa spawn. I know about the Rakshasa. I think... What was it the first time that I've met the term? I think it was in Lionheart, the game, long ago. Although it might have also been from Heroes of Might and Magic 5. I think that might also have been it. But they're basically giant scimitar-wielding half lion, half people. Actually no, it was half lion, half djinn? Perhaps? Something like that. But yeah, pretty cool mythological being. They often achieve privileged stations in society. Yeah, this describes them well. Regard themselves as deserving of appreciation and opulence, to deceit and sheer willpower, as you do. Okay then. Ah yes, speak of a certain devil. I guess when you have to pull out the tieflings, you better call the dentist rather than doing it yourself. Yeah, speak of the devil. Hello there, Nox. Welcome. You have missed the Alchemist and the Bardarks. We are currently on the Blood Rager, which is still not even halfway through, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at things. Because I keep getting distracted by cool descriptions and interesting abilities that I have to read. And the chat is providing no small amounts of interaction to keep me going. But welcome. Have a seat. Hope you have some water and some snacks. This is gonna take a while. So to be latest first so caught up in practicing Devil May Cry combos that you forgot you have Mischief. No, don't worry. Mischief can wait. My voice is barely holding on as it is. So, next up, Spell Eater. Where other Blood Ragers learn to avoid or shrug off minor damage of all sorts, Spell Eaters type into the power of their bloodline in order to heal damage as it comes, and can even cannibalize their own magical energy to heal more damage and continue taking the fight to the enemy. Blood of Life. Slow recover from his wounds. At second level, while Blood Raging, a spell that gains fast healing 1. At 7th level and every 3 levels thereafter, this increases by 1. After mastering Healing 6. Fast healing 6. Okay. Spell eating. The 5th level consumes spell slots for an extra dose of healing. I feel like these are just the... These are the magic eaters of the group. How is that you can do really complicated key input combos when my brain isn't focused, but you can't do shit when you're actually trying to learn. That is called muscle memory, and it's called your muscle memory is better than your active memory. That's the trick there. Also, Vessel, stop. Come on. There we go. Sorry about that. Steel Blood. Most Blood Rangers prefer light armor, but some learn the secret of using heavy armors. The Steel Blood plod around the battlefield, inspiring fear and delivering carnage from within a steel shell. So weapons and armor proficiency, and indomitable stance. Okay, I feel like this is a little bit similar to that other, the Armored Hulk, but for a Blood Ranger. So they still have the bloodline and the bloodline compared to the Armored Hulk. Starting to regain sentience again, showing the trauma of the body's past. Oh, don't worry. This vessel is well under control. Although I think it really can chill, because I haven't had time to work on the newer model, so for now it's safe. For now its position is safe. That said, this wraps up the Blood Ranger. Onto the Cavalier. The basic class dedicated to mounted combat. Each Cavalier also chooses an order to join. Their order gives them ability to challenge an enemy, gaining advantages against them. Each order gives the challenge its own unique advantages. It also gives the Cavalier additional abilities as they advance. They are also a tactician, and all of them have an animal companion apparently. So, step 1. Beast Rider. The Cavalier is defined not only by his dedication to his order or skill on the battlefield, but also by the special relationship he maintains with his mount. Where some Cavaliers are simply skilled with horses or well-trained knights, the Beast Rider spends his life in constant pursuit of the most perfect mount, forming bonds with greater, more powerful, and more exotic creatures. Okay. I'm curious, can you ride a dinosaur? This is gonna be my question for this entire class. Can you ride a dinosaur? We don't really care about this. We don't really care about this. Moving on. Yeah, sure. So we have the Order of the Cockatrice. A cavalier who belongs to this order serves only himself, working to further his own aims and increase his own prestige. The cavaliers of this order tend to be selfish and concentrated only with personal gains and the objectives. Just when you thought the knights are dishonorable, in comes the Order of the Cockatrice. Imagine you accuse a knight of being dishonorable and his excuse is, I belong to the Order of the Cockatrice. My honor is my own. I don't know, you really should put some cream on that sword instead of dining on it. If you read my throat, don't worry, it's gonna get a lot worse by the end. It will also get better in like maybe an hour after I end the stream, so it's fine. Order of the Lion. The cavalier who belongs to this order has pledged himself to a sovereign, be it king, queen, or even the local warlord. Cavaliers of this order are stalwart and dedicated to their cause, willing to go to any length to ensure the safety of their lord and his domain. Okay, so this is the loyal typical knight. This is the not so loyal typical knight that you know exists, who is a bit of a jackass and does everything for himself. Order of the Shroud. I like how this is the only one that's not red with the flag. Cavaliers of this order seek out and destroy undead and those who harbor or create them. They scour all crypts, graveyards, and battlefields to bring eternal rest. Okay, that's actually more honorable than I thought. I guess they are fun at night time. Considering they hunt undead, they probably are. Like, you have to be pretty nocturnal to catch some of them. So, yeah, vampires count as undead. I'm sure they hunt vampires. You're not going to see the vampire out there during the day. So yeah, makes sense. Understandable. Order of the Star. Cavaliers who join the Order of the Star dedicate themselves to the protection and service of a faith and its members. Oh god, we have found the Crusaders. Cavaliers belonging to this order tend to follow many of the tenets and guides of the religion that they serve. Okay, so when is it good night time? I mean, depends on which part of history you ask, if we're being honest. We found the Crusaders at least. The Order of the Lion so far seems like the most knight-like, I would say. And then we have the Order of the Sword. Cavaliers who join the Order of the Sword dedicate their lives to the code of chivalry, living a life of honor, valor, and fairness. Cavaliers of this order tend to swear service to a lord or lady. Of all the orders, the Order of the Sword is perhaps the broadest in terms of its focus and ideals. Okay, this is the truest form of knighthood, apparently. Also, they have the nice challenge. This functions like a normal challenge, but the Cavalier adds his charisma bonus on all attack rolls and damage rolls made against the target of his challenge. Okay, interesting. The Crusaders, they free the crew. I'm not sure I understood that one. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure I understood what you mean with that one. Okay, Beast Rider, understandable. I need to pick one of these. Tactician. Bonus feat. I'll just get this. Okay, so do we have any? Yeah, we have all of the other pets. The centipede, however, cannot be used as a mount, unfortunately. Very sad about that. We can definitely be a Crusader that rides a Mastodon, though. Or a Triceratops. Or hell, we'll just go with a Velociraptor, because why the hell not? I'm still not 100% sure what a Smilodon is. But I'm pretty sure it's a dinosaur and it's rideable. Well, you're off Devil May Cry, your brain's too fried on how to repeatedly do consecutive judgment cuts. To be sated is to be full or satisfied. Ah, yes. I understand now. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, let's see, where was the class? So we have the Cavaliers of the Paw. Apparently I have to be a halfling for this. Cavaliers of the Order of the Paw pledge to defend halflings, halfling settlements, and other innocent folks by patrolling the wilderness and seeking out possible threats to both individuals and whole communities. These Cavalier hunt down potential dangers with ruthless efficiency and determination that non-halflings find surprising and even somewhat alarming. So, this is going to be a bit of a controversial take, but from what I understand after reading that, what's the word I'm looking for? Is there even a word that I'm looking for here? I want to say racist, but kind of in reverse. So like instead of being racist against halflings, they themselves are halflings and protect halflings. That's what I'm getting here. Also, you gotta ask, how much D&D have I played? I'm gonna be honest, I have played maybe like 20 minutes once with a group, and everything else has been Neverwinter Nights, Old Baldur's Gate 3. Everything else. So, I'm aware of a lot of D&D things. I have heard stories. I have watched lore tricks and so on and so forth, but I haven't played nearly as much as I would have liked. Good, now let me cook something up for... Oh god. Can't wait to see whatever you cook up this time. Disciples of the Pike. The Order of the Pike are renowned monster hunters, taking on large game using ancient weapon darts combined with modern equipment. They don't have an animal companion, excuse me? Bigger they are. Disciple of the Pike gains dodge bonus to AC against creature larger than he is. This bonus increases by 1 if the creature is 2 size categories larger. Okay. At 6th level, the bonus increases to +2 against a creature 3 category sizes larger. So what I'm hearing is that I should be the smallest class possible if I want to be a Disciple of the Pike, and then also shrink myself on top of it. Okay. Monster Hunter. Huh. A literal Monster Hunter class. Interesting. Fearsome leader. Fear is a good motivator, and some commanders use this feat to inspire their troops, preferring it to the usual approach. Ah yes, the type of commander that I call a failure in charisma. The fearsome commander. Monster Hunter Wilds? Question mark? I have actually played the demo for Monster Hunter Wilds. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I do have concerns about how the graphics are in that game and that it might either drag performances or not look as good because they push the graphics as far as they have. Like, the game itself is stable, as far as I've seen, but I kinda wish studios didn't push so much for graphics past a certain point. Because past a certain point, no one, and I mean this as honest as I can, no one will tell the difference. And I wish they would focus on performance, they would focus on the actual gameplay. And I also am perfectly aware that those are different departments at the end of the day, different devs. They each have their jobs to do. But I feel like the performance team would have a little bit of an easier time if the graphics team learned to be a slightly more lazy in some aspects, if you know what I mean. But other than that, I am looking forward to it. I am also still playing to Monster Hunter Rise. And I know it's not a direct sequel to Rise, it's a direct sequel to Monster Hunter World and Iceborne by extension, the Monster Hunter Wilds. But yeah, I definitely do play it. I enjoy it. I'm looking forward to the next one, although I have my slight concerns here and there. Moving on. Oh god. Hear ye, the prince has taken yet another page of the Akashic records. And so he has decreed. For the class, the all-powerful narrator has chosen to play as. They shall play into their stereotype, even into the exaggerated territory, no matter how idiotic it is. This doesn't include choices that lead to death, or you can make the situation worse, but not make it unwinnable. Nox, you have one single issue with that one. I don't think I'm gonna get to actually playing the game today. There we go. So the thing is, I want to go to all of these. Do you see how many there are? Do you realize how much time will still go on? Like, don't worry, I will play into it, even in character creation. But at the same time, my god, this is gonna take a while. You have not picked the best one this time. I know, it ran max settings at 144 with no issues, and technically its engine did run well on the Switch. Also the demo was there to test the DLSS, so of course it was locked and cracked. Yep. So, if you have looked over on Twitter or just in the news regarding Monster Hunter Wilds, you might have noticed the clay-like faces at times of models and whatnot, of people, of monsters, even the environment that people have been experiencing in the demo. Like, it ran well, but whenever you were not looking at stuff, oh, I don't have to worry. Even me time is the last thing we have to worry about. That is true. That is very much so true. So, let's not waste it any further. The Gendarme cares less for the finer points of tactical precision than he does for the acceleration of the charge. The rush of wind to the visor of his helmet, the feel of his couched lance, the satisfying shriek of armor giving way before his weapon's force as he drives past metal into his foes. This person is all in. He lives there. This person is literally Leroy Jenkins. You'll find them at battle, standing ready, preparing their lance, hopping on a mount, and before people have even sent out their messengers to declare the start of battle, they'll be like, "Charge! To victory!" and just run off by themselves unless they're literally chained down. This is that person, right here. Ghost Rider. Hold on, we have something interesting. Ghost Riders are mysterious warriors riding on phantasmal steeds, seeking out and banishing all corruption. They get a ghost mount. Okay. This mount is immune to bleeding and any effects that... Sorry about that. Any effects that affect only creatures with a skeleton. Oh, it's not... It doesn't have a skeleton. Excellent. Sounds like you're a cracked kind of paladin you played with last campaign. Yeah, I can see it. Etheric Tether. As a free action, the Ghost Rider can form an etheric leash connecting his soul with his steed mount. While this leash exists, if the Ghost Mount's hit points would be reduced to 0 or less, the Ghost Rider instead transfers some of his life force to the Ghost Mount, healing it back to 1 health point by taking as much damage as she heals. Huh. Frightful Gaze. Okay. Or stand paralyzed in fear. Magic attacks. Other Ghost Mount's weapons are treated as magic weapons. Spirited Mount ignores difficult terrain. It gains concealment. Mischance, okay. Wait. Ghost Wind. 11 level. Speed is increased by 40 feet. At 14th level it becomes airborne. Okay, so you are essentially flying on a literal ghost horse. At 14th level. Good to know. Spiritual Bond. The Ghost Rider can instantly fuse her life force with the spiritual essence of her ghost mount. While this mod exists, okay. Cannot work simultaneously with the Derek Tether. Shared Minds. Once per round, when the Ghost Rider's mount fails a will saving throw, the Ghost Rider can make a will saving throw to shield the companion's mind. Okay. We are literally becoming one ghost at that point. The rider and the horse have become one at that point. Okay, that's an interesting take on a Ghost Rider, not gonna lie. Knight of the Wall. The cavalry is known as Knights of the Wall, revere a famous general who was crucial in the defeat of a powerful wizard king. That's an interesting little detail. Hold on. Oh, they do have an animal companion. I was a bit curious because I didn't see the animal companion option. Okay. Standard Bearer. If you ask me, the standard for a lot of things has gone pretty low, so I don't know about these guys. I don't think they're bearing the standard all that well in recent times, but we shall see. Oh, give me a second. Just need to check up on something. Oh, it seems I missed a few messages. Yeah, I've seen the low poly issues. Somehow you only got that on models in the menus. Interesting. Good to know. Okay, back here. Actually, wait. Do I have... Okay. Now I can actually see the chat better. But again, I doubt the performance is going to be an issue on the launch edition, and I'm sure they noticed the problem and will fix it. Like, they should know their stuff, considering they managed to get Ryza run well on the Switch. Yeah, here's the thing. Optimization varies greatly from one system to another, and I'm saying that as someone who works in IT and whatnot. It's not that it's harder to make it work on PC or on consoles than it is on the Switch. It's that the teams in charge of the Switch optimization are exceedingly good at it on a... How do I explain this better? Oh god. What's funny is that he broke his vow of celibacy when they were scouting abroad for an investigation. He got caught by a male escort NPC who was way stronger than him and was told to roll for charisma. Our DM told us to watch our words carefully. He hit a nat 20 and basically said he was scouting for escorts to sleep with. The NPC was whistled too hard. He used their abilities to drag him into his personal room of the brothel, and the rest was history. Oh, hello there, Eden. And welcome in, Raiders. Oh, hello there, Senko. And happy... How do I read that? Canuck. That's gonna trip me because I know a different character from a different game with a somewhat similar sounding name. Oh, there's an ad, yes, unfortunately. Yes, you are from the Spooder. Welcome everyone. Let me just... how's Pathfinder going? Beat the game already once, or would all be spoilers? It would pretty... I have played a little bit of the start of the game long ago. I'm getting back into it. I'm going to run through all of the game this time. I'm making sure of that. And currently I'm reading all of the classes and subclasses, so that alone will probably take up the entire rest of the stream. I'm 2 hours in. I'm not certain I have finished a quarter of these. So... it's gonna take a while. You beat it on 3 of the paths. Nice. I kinda know what the paths are to some extent, but I'm not gonna ask more. Also, let me just grab something. for everyone who's watching over on the YouTube side or watching whatchamacallit, from the VOD, or maybe just from chat. Here is the link to something that's not supposed to be there. Actually, no, wait, it's the right link. I didn't see the last part of the link. It's fine, it's okay. I did it. I did the thing. The shoutout is there. Check out Eden, the lovely spider who has raided us. His streams are always very energetic. They follow a variety of things, and as an added bonus, he often does collabs either with other people or with his lovely wifey Rika. Okay, let me catch up on stream fast. Senko is free again from the ads I see. One might say that it's a classic character creation stream. Yes, it's exactly that. Every stream with Ethan, there's always a wizard time. Yes, I can confirm that. Let me just get back over here. So, Standard Bearer. Not all cavaliers are content to ride at the heart of a charge, leading from the front and facing down their enemies directly. Some prefer to stand away from the fray, their banners a beacon of shining... their banners, a beacon shining brightly over the battlefield, rallying their troops to victory. The Standard Bearer employs the banners of his order, his lord, or his own house to raise the spirits of his allies and warn enemies of impending doom. Also a tower shield for the win. I see. For the very first run, because I do want to, at least I want to get a feel for the game. So for the very first one, I will be doing it on story difficulty. I have mentioned this at the start of the stream. If I do any other stories of it, I do plan on upping the difficulty quite a bit. But just now, just for the story, because as you can see, we are reaching levels of yapping that should not be possible. Or at the very least, we will get there. Also, if you do need to rest, please do so. I will understand. Talking and entertaining can... you will still suffer the ski. The game has some scuff RNG. I have... how do I say this? Ethan, I have seen XCOM. You wanna know how bad my luck can get? At some games. Like, very rarely. When it's not necessarily about a reward. That's when my luck decides to go out the window. As for how bad it can be... Story difficulty, is it for sale? Yes, it's for free at the start of the game. Get it now at your local Start New Game. Don't worry, yapping is listed in the V2 job description. And I noticed that fine print a tad too late. Yes, it is definitely in the job description. But there are various forms of yapping. There's the hanging fruit of yapping, where pretty much either the content or the lovely chat delivers you the plate and you just take it all, stuff it in your mouth and then spit it back out. I personally consider myself a slightly higher form of entertainment. I consider myself... I'm going to need a drink. Excuse me for a second. There we go. I consider myself a slightly higher form of entertainment vending machine. He's yapping the drink. No, I'm not. But yeah, that is the Standard Bearer. They don't have an animal companion either. You know, for a class named Cavalier, a lot fewer of them have a horse than I expected. Oh wait, never mind, they have it just slightly later. My bad, they have it slightly later. They still have a horse, presumably. Okay, fair enough. We shall finally move on to the cleric. There's 3 forms. The lowest, Yapper. The more advanced, Sir Yaps a lot. And the highest proficiency, where it's now a new language, Japanese. Now, I personally consider myself an ascended form of it, where I just combine facts of various domains, such as math, gaming, books, movies, and just random legends or stuff that I just made up on the spot, with the Japanese. It is an ancient art, which I aim to propagate and spread. But jokes aside, the cleric. Clerics devote their lives to serving the gods. They have access to the most powerful divine spells. A cleric's main focus is to heal and empower their allies. Depending on their specialization, some clerics are also good at weakening enemies, or smiting them in the name of their fate. With that description, it sounded like you were about to make the yapping version of Hollow Purple from JJK. I mean, you're not exactly wrong, but I'm afraid it is far more effective and also far less impressive in person than it sounds. Also, this model... behave thyself. This model is opposing me more by the day. I need to get back into actually working on the newer one. This one has issues. Obeyment issues. Loyalty issues, some might even say. Tenashi Raza, the man for Yahabarko and the Barry say 8. I'm not sure I get that reference. You're still using VC Face, right? No, I'm still using VC Face. I have a few issues with Warudo that I'm trying to work out. Like, if I'm gonna do the jump to Warudo, I want it to be the full jump. The model, the tracking, the new iPhone that I still haven't used and is lying in the living room, still packed. But yeah, when I do the full model upgrade and the whatnot, it's gonna be a huge upgrade. I can't wait for it to actually be done already. I might just have to see if I can commission someone at some point to help with it. We shall have to see. But for now, I am trying to... Omnicron Persei 8 is an actual star system, but it's also mentioned in Futurama. Okay, understandable. I haven't really watched Futurama, but I kind of know of it via osmosis. Like, I've seen so many memes, so many clips of it, so many discussions on the episode, references to it, that I kind of have a general idea of pretty much all of it, start to finish. I just don't know the exact details of some of the things. You know, a good few people who can help, not to mention you're in the Wardo Discord as well. I believe I'm also in it. I have to check. I'm pretty sure I joined at some point. But yeah, I definitely have to figure a lot of things, because I have mentioned it before. My own model, I tried to give it to Oderi to help. I have mentioned Oderi before. Fantastic YouTuber and VTuber. Her model is honestly something else. Like, there are the models you see others VTubers have, and there is Oderi's model. It's in a league of its own. That's all I'm going to say on that. But here's the thing. I gave her the model that I currently have for her to try and fix it and help out. She took one look at it, tried to change it to do the things that need to be done. She realized something. The model is corrupted and should not be working at all. So it's a minor scuff miracle, a bend of reality if you will, that this model that you see before you is even functioning at all. Oh no indeed. There's nothing to fix, it's corrupted beyond repair, in her own words. So, yeah. It's a miracle that this works. It's the spirit of the Eldritch Narrator itself preventing any changes. Honestly, that would make a lot of sense considering my lore. That would make stupid amounts of sense considering my lore, but I'm pretty sure it should not be in the vessel while I'm not using the vessel. But yeah, that's real stuff. Actually, hold on, do I have it around here? I don't think I have it around here. So, someone... Wait, do I have it on pinned? I think I might have it on pinned. Languages, no. Got that. Did I link it to Bell? I think I did link it to Bell. Oh, there it is. So, someone, Firozia, over on Blue Sky, made a bit of a VTuber introduction panel thingamajig. One of the main traits that I said there is reality breaking, and I explained. It doesn't matter if it's bugs, overpowered builds, just stuff in general, Windows, Twitter, so on and so forth. If it functions, I will find a way to break it at some point. That is the experience that you can expect from me. That is the promise, the guarantee of the Hanterashi Raza stream. Something will break at some point somehow. Whether it's actual scuff or breaking of the build and the game, in a figurative or literal sense. Or maybe something else completely breaks in the actual real world. I have no idea. Spoilers are not appreciated in such cases, so it should be a surprise for me as much as for everyone else when it happens. Put me in and it's the breaking of sanity. True. That's definitely it as well. So, let's, after like 20 minutes, let's get into the cleric. Not that way! Nox, I already know what your mind thought of. No. We are not getting in the cleric in that way. Ah, goddammit. Speaking of breaking the sanity, yeah. No. Yes, it's very lewd. No. Batnox, I know, the second I said the words, I knew exactly where your mind went to. No. Denied. Bonk. I'm getting the ban hammer, aka the banishment hammer. Or the bonk hammer, as some might call it. Angel Fire Apostate. Now, a few of those words don't really seem like they would go together. Angel Fire Apostates use the powers of good to avoid violence when possible, and cleanse both maladies and evil creatures with blinding flames. Armor Proficiency. Okay. Diminished spellcasting. Is less concentrated with the traditional divine magic that many religious adherents receive. Okay. One fewer spell slot at each level. He can cast domain spells of that level normally, but can only cast non-domain spells of that level when he gets them as bonus spells. Okay, understandable. The bonk hammer, is that the bam hammer? No. The bammer? No, it's a different hammer. I have heard of the bam hammer. It is however a different one. Mine is the banishment hammer, shortened to the bonk hammer. Just you wait. When you least expect it, the clip will be ready. Not now, of course. Of course. It needs to be something truly magnificent. No. It is not that. Definitely not that. Okay, so apparently they're pretty much the healer, more angel-ish, without actually being an angel, as far as I can tell. We have the Crusader, which honestly I expected in Cavalier, but okay. Crusader serves as the militant arm of the church, ready to stand guard over the religion's holy places, and to be its swift, avenging arm against those who resist its truth. One of the prerequisites doesn't have the following features: atheism. So you actually have to believe in something to be a Crusader, which makes a lot of sense. Up. Why did I get kicked out of there? God damn it, Nox! Why do you have that one on speed dial? I don't even need to click it, I recognize it from the icon. Apparently I have Crusader bonus feats, but don't have a domain selection. Interesting. Demon Bane Priest. You have no idea. Like hell you don't. Come on. Who are you messing with here? The Crusade-minded clerics train intensely to learn proper battlefield tactics to take advantage of the weaknesses of demons. Armor proficiency, heavy armor. Well, they don't have any armor, do they, normally? They can pick it. Like, they can get heavy armor proficiency. But it's a choice, as far as I can tell. Compared to this one, who just flat out gets it. Means spellcasting demonic knowledge. Now you see, normally when you have demonic knowledge, that would mean that, at least in the world of 40k, you are a heretic, and you deserve to burn like a heretic. In this case, however, some amounts of demonic knowledge is necessary to know what you are hunting. So it kinda gets a pass usually. Keyword usually. They also have teamwork feat, which is a bit unexpected. Ecclesiturge. Issuing physical armor via protection. For protection via the strength of his faith. An Ecclesiturge focuses on the miracles of his deity and bestows the breath of that deity's dominion. You're willing to sacrifice everything just for an evening with an Adeptus Sororitas. I am somehow not surprised by that, Nox. Not even a little bit. I'll still have to ask what Air would think of that, but that's neither here nor there. Blessing of the Faithful. Proficiencies. But he's not proficient with any type of armor or shield. Okay. If a Craigsman can do it, so can I. Blessing of the Faithful. Can bless one ally within close range. A blessed ally gets 2 sacred bonus to attack rolls, skill checks, yada. Okay. 2 domain selections. Interesting that you have 2 domain selections, sir. Bonded Holy Symbol. A bonded object can be used once per day to restore any one spell slot. Huh. She doesn't need to know about your business trip. Well, she doesn't need to, but she should, and I'm going to tell her. Herald Caller. Unlike the Crusaders or Paladins who charge headlong into battle in the name of their patron deities, Herald Callers are adept at calling powerful outsiders to aid their brethren in battle. I'm gonna need a bit of a drink here. My throat is definitely slowly but surely feeling the effects of all of this. So, at least now when Bram is in the room, he already hates his mom. And I'm still trying to reconnect to him. You might want to hurry up on that front, for no reason in particular. Evil narrator, no, he says. For anyone who's unclear on what exactly me and Nox are chatting about right now, he has decided that his character in Guild Wars, another game that both of us play, and I also stream at times. I should probably stream tomorrow actually, but that's beside the point. He has decided his character in Guild Wars is married to a certain NPC. And let's say that things have been very, very interesting because of it. So this one, powerful outsiders, numerous heralds, can summon more creatures. Oh, mighty heralds, are more powerful and robust. Called heralds. Okay. Any summon monster spell of the same level. Dedicated summoner. So this is a summoner class as far as I can tell. Not Guild Wars. No, Guild Wars. That is one joke that I'm not allowing to slide. Mostly because it's my favorite of all time game. We counted as an RP character, sorta. Well, it's a little too much Deadpool added to it. Yeah, I would classify it as such myself. And hey, as long as everyone's having fun, I don't see the issue. Oh, the first one, you didn't know it was still alive. The one that we are playing is the second one. The first one is still alive and well. It's just buggy for some people and they cannot play it, and I happen to be one of them, so I'm kind of salty about that. Like, I know it's a good game. I know that. I physically cannot play the first Guild Wars even though I have it. And even the devs have tried to help me, they have no idea why it doesn't work on my account. So, unfortunately, yeah, it's old, but there are a lot of old games that are good. And I would have liked to experience that one. Like, I've heard a lot of things. Unfortunately, it's not meant to be, it seems. Priest of Balance. Well, we all know they went extinct because there is literally no balance in games anymore. You're more of a Final Fantasy XIV guy. Understandable. I would honestly argue that Final Fantasy XIV... That's an achievement. Create a problem not even the creators of the game can help you. It's an achievement that I regret. It's one of the achievements I wish I didn't have. But again, if it works, I'll find some way to break it. Sometimes beyond repair, it seems. Hey, if you ever want me to test the bugs for your game, developers, I'm right here. I will find at least half of all the bugs possible, and even some of the impossible ones. Trust me on that, that's a bloody promise. But yeah, what was I saying? Final Fantasy XIV is probably one of the MMOs that currently, I would say, is one of the better ones on the market. The only issue I have with it, besides the fact that it's not my type of game, let's get that out of the way. It's not my type of game, but I see why. I can see why and understand why people like it. And for the people who it clicks with, it's a 10 out of 10 game. I'm not one of them. I can see why people like it. For those people, 10 out of 10 game. Understandable. Have a great day. One of my biggest issues with it is the fact that it has a subscription on top of the AAA prices for expansions and whatnot. That's not something that I can easily recommend to people. And you might say that that's the cost of the quality. And for all I know, hell, you might be right. You might be right. I still feel like it's too much for it being just one game and having as expensive as it is of a sub price on top of buying the expansions each year. If it was just the sub price, I would have shut up and said, yeah, fantastic game, I can recommend it. I don't like it personally, but I can see why people like it. It does deserve at least being tried. It has a free trial and all that. Guild Wars 2, on the other hand, it's a buy-to-play, and even the individual expansions for it are cheaper than the Final Fantasy expansions. While the quality, I personally would argue, is on a similar scale as Final Fantasy. That's one of the reasons why I play and like Guild Wars 2 more than Final Fantasy. It's also a gameplay that clicks with me more than the Final Fantasy one. That's also definitely a factor. But yeah, that's pretty much my stance on Final Fantasy and Guild Wars 2. Both of them good games, probably the best MMOs out there. The free trial did recently get expanded. Oh, interesting. But yeah, I have played the free trial before. It didn't really pull me. So yeah. Moving on. Life and death are two sides of the coin called the universe. Those clerics who do not give preference to either side and can compensate both types of energies in themselves become priests of balance. They are equally good at both giving and taking life, depending on how much their goals match with yours. Up to level 70 instead of 60. Okay, see, that's another part that I don't really like about... I like it in games, I don't really like it in Final Fantasy and in MMOs in general. Because that's where the leveling system kind of falls flat. So, as someone who has played Guild Wars 2, and again, I'm going on a rant again. As someone who has played Guild Wars 2, it feels weird when you play other games. You have all of those feats at a certain level, and then an expansion comes, and you need to level up again. That's just... what? It feels wrong. Yeah, let the session begin again. It is beginning, that's for sure. Because I have quite... I make it no secret that I'm passionate about games in general. And there are good reasons why Warframe and Guild Wars 2 are my all-time favorite games. And they kind of share the spot. I will admit, Guild Wars 2 is technically still on top. But, yes, I noticed. I have gripped the vessel and pulled it back into the chains that bind it. But yeah, here's the thing. Imagine this. You have a legendary hero that has been to several wars at some point. Because that's how MMOs work. Let's be honest, that's how most MMOs work. At some point you're gonna be in a great war against a great god or whatever, you beat them. And then what comes next? How the hell do you level up from that? And not just that, the legendary super armor, weapon, whatever, talisman, thingamajig artifact that you had at some point. The expansion comes, and suddenly it's useless. World of Warcraft is the worst offender, but that's the case for most MMOs. That's not the case in Guild Wars. You make a legendary weapon, that weapon stays a legendary weapon till the end of bloody time. Like, I have an axe, a legendary axe, I crafted before the game got its first expansion. Actually, no, it was on the day the game got its first expansion. 5 expansions later, I'm using the exact same axe on most of my characters. The stats are changeable, so I can adapt the build. But the stat line, the power ceiling of the weapon has stayed the same. The enemies just use different tactics. They are different. They behave differently. It's a different type of difficulty that you have to learn as you progress to the missions. And it feels so much better than just, oh, this enemy has a X, Y, and Z mechanic that you have to do. Or you can just blast it in the face with more damage than it matters once you level up past it. I don't know, a lot of people have used this term, horizontal progression. Guild Wars 2 has horizontal progression, yada yada yada. But they're right though. The horizontal progression just feels better once you are used to it. Like, I could put the game down now, return to it in like 2 years after like 2 more or 3 more expansions, however many will be out by then. And I could just start playing again. I would be as strong in those expansions as I am right now. Instead of shooting at you directly, starts to burst down. No, move before shooting. Okay, not quite like that, Nox. Let's not exaggerate. Okay, actually, I can think of at least one enemy that actually does that, but that's beside the point. How the hell did you get that example that's actually kind of correct with one particular enemy? It's what you do in DMC anyway. I see. But that's another thing. The combat in Guild Wars 2 is a lot more action focused. The combat in Final Fantasy is it's more standard MMO. Like, you can put a Dark Souls player in Guild Wars 2 and they will feel like they're at home. You put a Dark Souls player in Final Fantasy and you will overload their brain with a shit ton of abilities, and half of them aren't even good for anything after a while. It's... Again, it's a different type of game for different type of people. And we'll leave it at that. Now, moving on, where was I? Before I get distracted once again. No, here's the thing. The glams, those are the... WoW calls them transmogs. They're basically the skins, the look of the character, right? That's the case in Guild Wars 2 as well. That's definitely the case in Guild Wars 2 as well. However, you go over in Guild Wars 2. No, you see there's an issue there. The second you mention 100 hours. Here's the issue. Give a Dark Souls 2 player a maxed out level, whatchamacallit, Final Fantasy account, and take him to one of the hardest dungeons in the game. He will get wiped in seconds. Do the same with a Guild Wars 2 player. He will not wipe. Like, not only he will not wipe, there's a half decent chance he might just solo the raid boss. If he is stubborn enough. Like, if they are the type of player that has beaten Radahn solo before the nerfs, And while their PC was lagging the hell out because it was in serious needs of fixes, they might just solo the raid boss in Guild Wars 2 with pure skill. Because it has, all of the characters have dodges. All of the characters have heals. All of the characters have buffs, conditions, which are... some of them are CC, some of them are damage over time. Improving yourself in Guild Wars 2 can be a bit slow, that I will admit, but it all depends on the individual to drive themselves to keep playing. Some are driven by the grind, others by the story, and a few to keep up the fashion. Slight correction there, Nox. There are a lot who are driven by the fashion. Like, you underestimate the community. You underestimate it very badly. I would say the majority are driven by the fashion. Your immersion to stay faithful to her, which is slowly crumbling day by day. We shall see about that one. But here's again, you say 100 hours of play in Final Fantasy. I'm not speaking about needing 100 hours. I'm not speaking about needing 10 hours. I'm speaking about giving them 10 minutes to read the skills and then putting them in the hardest content possible. The Dark Souls player trying out Guild Wars 2 will actually thrive. Well, no, here's the thing. You can compare them to some extent. They are MMOs. There are comparisons to be made. I'm not saying they are the same. Quite the contrary, I'm saying that they are different. That's the part that you're missing. I'm saying that the games are different. But exactly because they are different, they can be compared. And from different perspectives, for different people, some will appeal more to the other, on average. Because of those differences. I love how, while I'm talking with Ryoko about the technicalities of Final Fantasy and Guild Wars, Nox is having an existential crisis about Zolja and Marjorie and her wife, and then it all spiraled down in his life. Yeah, but you mentioned it yourself here. On a technical basis, World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy are loose turn-based. Dark Souls isn't. Guild Wars 2 also isn't. There are classes that play like literal Dark Souls 2 builds. With dodges and stamina. Actually, all of the classes have stamina and dodges, but some of them can play into it even more than that. You can affect even bosses with CC in some cases. There are a lot of mechanics that are more reminiscent of Dark Souls 2 in Guild Wars 2, of Dark Souls in general, and the Soulsborne franchise in Guild Wars 2, than there are in the other MMOs. That's why I'm saying that they'll probably feel more at home with Guild Wars 2. Also, unlike Final Fantasy, which I will admit I haven't seen nearly enough to put the final nail on this opinion and say, yeah, this is what I think. Final Fantasy kinda lacks exploration. There, I've said it. The maps aren't vast, at least compared to the Guild Wars 2 maps that I know, and there's not enough secrets in them. It's more so like a collection of stories and adventures, and you play each one in turn, than it is a living, breathing world that you are a part of. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying it's a different thing. I mean, what can I say? I enjoy the little things in life, and that's trying to hide your infidelity from an NPC you married. I can't wait to see the next chapter of your story, Nox. Like, following your story from start to finish has been one of my pleasures in Guild Wars lately. Okay, let's get back to... I even forgot the game after so much yapping, Jesus Christ. Let's get back to Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. I think I've said the name like 50 times so far and completely forgot the name of the game I'm playing. Separatist. A radical cleric unsatisfied with the orthodoxy of her deity's teachings and forges her own path. Though most members of her faith would call her a separatist or heretic, she continues to receive spells from her deity. This is an interesting one. So everyone considers her a radical, an extremist, but the god is like, no, I like this one. This one stays. I don't care what all of you say. I like this one. That's my priest. I like all of you, but I also like this one. That's basically the one here. Also, I will say one thing. The story in Final Fantasy tends to be a lot more on the cinematic side at times compared to Guild Wars. Guild Wars uses a little bit less cinematics, at least at the start, compared to Final Fantasy. And unlike Final Fantasy, yes, but that's what I'm saying. It's not just a few points, it's a lot of points. And a player of Soulsborne games, like take Sekiro, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, and Dark Souls. Between all of those game series, I'm grouping all of Dark Souls as one, just so we're clear. Between all of those games, there are vast differences. Even the dodging doesn't really work the same in all of them. But there are enough common points to form a genre. What I'm trying to say that those same common points that you find in Souls-like games, to some extent you can actually find in Guild Wars 2. You cannot find those same points in Final Fantasy. Which is why I'm saying, on average, a Guild Wars 2 player would be better suited to... Souls-like player would be better suited to Guild Wars. I'm not saying they could totally win every fight like it's nothing. No. I'm saying that within the hour, a vast majority of Dark Souls players can probably learn any boss in Guild Wars to the point where they know what to do, how to do, and all of that. Genera? What is a genera? I said a genre. Slightly different. But here, I'll give you a few more examples. Salt and Sanctuary, Ender Lilies, Lords of the Fallen, Steel Rising. All of those, along with the previously mentioned ones from FromSoft, form the genre of Souls-like games. You are welcome. Sorry, I don't mean to be mean. I was just genuinely confused if it was an actual thing that I was not aware of, or if you meant to say genre. I am, despite the name of Narrator of Realities, I'm not absolute. I'm not omnipotent. I can admit that there are many things that I am not aware of, or that I do not know, or I have just considered spoilers and filed them under that. But yeah, I'm more than welcome to be proven wrong, or say that, oh yeah, that's something I didn't know. I was curious about that, if that was the case in here. What was I with the discussion now? As a bonus, even you don't know shit about what you're getting yourself into. As you said, when you're playing with you, without any common logic, I have the game and less logic throws itself in front of me. That is true. Like, playing with you has been definitely an experience. Yes, but that's the thing. They have some common points. Like, you have a stamina system. Guild Wars 2 has a stamina system. You have dodges. Guild Wars 2 also has those. You respawn at certain points if you die. Guild Wars has that. You have an open world. Guild Wars 2 also has that. You have lore that is kind of obscure and you need to read up a lot of stuff to piece it all together. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 also kind of has that. What I'm saying is that Guild Wars 2 would fit as a Souls-like, hence why people would probably be more comfortable with that one versus Final Fantasy, on average. That was my point. There's a learning curve for everything, of course. Like, there was a huge learning curve for me in Lords of the Fallen, until I learned a little bit more about status effects, and then ranged weapons, and then spells. Actually, I think the spells were the first thing I learned. That's beside the point. I learned how to use and abuse mechanics. I learned the weaknesses of enemies, and how to bypass them. Completely. Wait, no, not the weaknesses, their strengths. You get the general idea. I'm not saying play it at a professional level. I'm saying how fast you would get used to things is a common point for games in the same genre. It's why a lot of people play specific genres. It's the gameplay that they enjoy. And from that point of view, the gameplay in Final Fantasy, compared to Guild Wars 2, is not as close to a Souls-like as Guild Wars 2 is. That was the entire long point that I was trying to make. Of course, there is a learning curve. And that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Not everyone will see something that they are interested in. I know people who have zero interest in comfy games and yet play Stardew Valley. I know people who are absolutely terrified of Souls-like, but Elden Ring is their one game that they will play from the genre. And the reverse is also possible. You can like Souls-likes and not see anything you want to do with in a specific game of that genre. But that's down to a personal preference at the end of the day. It's not a good representative of the average of people. Now granted, I might also be 100% wrong. My own experience, however, says otherwise, because I know a lot of people, and I'm talking in the... I'm not saying 1, 2, 3 people, I'm talking more like 40, 50 people who do play a lot of Souls-likes and also enjoy the combat in Guild Wars 2 more than they enjoy Final Fantasy XIV. And about 30 of them, give or take a few, also play both games. So there is that as well. Again, both games are good at the end of the day, but they are for somewhat different people, shall we say. There is an overlap. Well, no, I didn't shoot it down. I just said it's your experience. There's a difference between the two. Also, stop acting all smart and smug when you say it. I didn't shoot it down. I was just saying that in my experience, which is on the most likely side. Can we have story time again? Okay, you know what, Nox? We are getting story time again. I am wasting way too much time. I can't help it. I like the game. And it's not even about defending it as much as it is... I like talking about it. No, but that's the thing. It's not my experience that I'm talking about. It's the experience of a lot of other people that I know. I'm not measuring my own experience, I'm measuring mine plus all of theirs. And the only reason why I'm fairly confident that that sum is bigger than the sum of your experience and your friends, and this is going to sound odd, this is going to sound very weird. The only reason for that is because I don't sleep. I'm literally awake more time and know more people and keep up with them than it should be physically possible for a normal human. Like, that's a physical condition I have. I sleep like, what was it again? Actually no, it was 6 to 8 hours about a week. I quite literally have more experience being awake than literally everyone else on the planet for my age. So there is a slight modifier there. And now you're just twisting the words to say the same thing. It's not gonna work here. We are going back to story. So, we have arrived at Druid. But can we agree to disagree? Yes, we have. So, Druid. Druids are the guardians of balance, nature, and elements. They have access to the most powerful divine magic, coming from their connection with the natural world. In a battle, Druids can empower their allies and animal companions, summon creatures to aid them, or control and weaken enemies. And then we have the Blight Druid. The devoted servants of natures, corrupted, ruined, and destroyed. Blight Druids are the caretakers of lands ravaged by natural disaster. While some are devoted to reforming and reclaiming lands despoiled by the ravages of civilization, all others seek out the more what's the word there? Rapacious violence inherent in nature, and feed the creeping rot and decay that brings an end to all things. So basically these are the evil druids. Evil, quote unquote. They're like the more... we're gonna destroy civilization for the sake of nature druids. These are the activists. These are the return to monkey people. But not in the return to monkey, but in the return to the forests. Defender of the true world. Some druids specialize in tracking down, diverting, and slaying fey threats. Ooh. Enemy of the Fae. These are literal fairy hunters, hold on. Faebane, Faestalker, Beguiling immunity. Becomes immune to the mind-affecting effects of Fae. Wild Shape. So you can become a dinosaur, a large elemental, a shambling mound, huge elemental. Okay, pretty interesting. Drovier. Droviers view their allies and adventuring companions as a herd or pack to be protected and directed, with variation on the theme ranging from culture to culture. You pity the poor bastard who's dressed as Tinkerbell for Halloween with those guys around. They'll be like, it's time to clip the Fae's wings, and it's just a poor child dressed as a Fae. Dressed as Tinkerbell. Actually, that might work out. They'll just cut the costume's wings and they'll be like, oh, our apologies, we'll replace the costume. That would be something. That would be something indeed. Vessel, behave. There we go. Still, the Drovier... Nature bond is removed. This bond can take one of two forms. Okay. You can not face the form or close the bond. So these guys don't have the nature's bond. They don't have the first option. They just get the animal companion. Okay. If they were truly in character, they'd buy them a better costume that's not Fate themed. True. They probably imagine this. They buy them a demon or an angel costume, and then the poor child enters the home of cultists who are trying to either summon or capture, either summon the devil or capture the angel. They're like, oh, well then. Halloween must have been some crazy time in the D&D universe. Or the Pathfinder one for that matter. Darkshire who Forsaken Fen, now advantage of Pale Butcher, getting another Saintly Quintessence upgrade. Even further. Those Saintly Quintessence upgrades were so good, but so rare. Like, it felt forever to track them down, and even then I'm pretty sure I missed like a ton of them by the end of my playthrough. Elemental Rampager. Some druids embrace the destructive aspect of nature and its elements, using this power to fuel their prowess in melee combat. Okay, they gain Rampage. Okay, so kind of like a Rage mode? They also get Claws. They don't have Nature's Bond. But otherwise they're pretty much druid with claws. Okay. Face Speaker. I feel like this one and this one do not get along. I feel like the druid meetings would be a bit awkward with the Defender of the True World, aka the Enemy of the Fae, and the Face Speaker in the same room. Some druids hear the whispers of the natural world like fey creatures do, and learn to mimic those tantalizing murmurs in order to influence the minds of both wild beasts and civilized people. These Fae speakers are often taught by the Fae in some way, such as mortals who dare to eat the food and drink the wine while in the hidden halls of the Fae. Ooh, they get Fae magic, but I don't have wild shape. Oh no, they do get some wild Fae shape. And of course they can become a dinosaur, why not? Going around Fitzroy Gorja unnoticed and went to a boss fight out of nowhere. Beat him first try. Nice. I think I did something similar, but I'm not sure if it was at that specific stage of the game. Like, I remember there was one boss that I one-tried. I just can't quite remember which one it was. Primal Druid. Primal Druids hold their spiritual and magical connections to nature's largest creatures, especially dinosaurs and megafauna. reveling these massive creatures as living relics of a primeval time, when all creatures were more in harmony with nature. Primal Size. A primal druid adds enlarged person to the list of class spells. Okay. Child of the store. Casting this spell without preparing it. Ooh. So it's a... I think I get the idea. Yeah, I think I get the idea with this one. You basically play a druid with a ginormous animal companion. Let's just pick something here to go faster. Yeah, I only have the big companions as options. The Triceratops, Velociraptor. Yeah, so these, except for the Mastodon, I assume all of these are dinosaurs. Huh. Okay. And then we have the Winter Child. Sometimes children born in the darkest hour of winter take on a strange kinship with the blizzard that witnessed their birth. Over time, this connection is strengthened, and the Winter Child becomes a true master of snow and ice. Ice in the Blood. At first level, a Winter Child must select the Ice subdomain when choosing a domain. This replaces Nature Bond. Oh, so no spontaneous summoning and no Nature Bond. Color Feast. All animals summoned by the Winter Child gain cold resistance. Okay, increases to 10. The creature's attack deal additional cold damage. Also, Winter Child cannot summon fire elementals. Okay. Arctic Nature. Blizzard Servant. With a Blizzard elemental. This ability functions like the companion ability. Also, instead of having an animal, I just have a Blizzard elemental. And it cannot be a mount, of course it can't. Winter's Advance, medium size. If the Winter Child already has an animal companion, it only receives half the bonuses and does not increase in size. Snowcaster. Okay, change the damage type of her spells to cold. Okay. Cover of snow. Blizzard Servant. Crystallized Affinity. Turning the bond between her and her companion, viewing it with her own power. Large size. In addition, its whirling hail ability no longer affects allies. That's pretty good. That's pretty reasonable. Huge size. The Winter Child already has a companion. Yeah, okay. Flurry Form. Gains the elemental subtype and immunity to cold. It is also considered a native outsider when determining the effects of any spells and spell-like abilities. Becomes airborne. You basically become an elemental at the end of this. Huh, interesting. So at the end of the Winter Child journey, you pretty much end up as a Ice Storm elemental, as a Blizzard elemental yourself. Fighter. Fighters are adept at physically damaging their enemies. They have access to a vast array of abilities which allow them to turn into either masters of melee fighting or deadly sharpshooters. Fighters are also great at employing armor and shields, which allow them to become reliable protectors for their allies. However, they are unable to use magic, and their weak willpower make them vulnerable to hostile magic. Ah yes. The Aldori Defender. The Aldori Sword Lords of Bevroy are among the deadliest and most feared fighters of the Inner Sea. They have spent long years mastering the Aldori dueling sword, pitting themselves against other duelist swords. dueling swords, and all manners of weaponry besides. Their speed and reflexes weave a net of impenetrable steel around them, from which they strike and harry their unfortunate opponents. The most common form of Aldori dueling, and arguably the easiest of the techniques to master, focuses on avoiding damage and disarming foes. These sword lords prefer to wear light armor or no armor, trusting their skill for protection. Okay, so this is basically a fencer, from what I understand. The Armiger. Until would-be Hell Knights take the trial referred to simply as the test. You know that some stuff is going down when a trial is simply referred to as the test. Not a test, not a test of yada yada and whatever. The test. In which they enter single combat with the Conjure the Devil. Excuse me. Yeah, I would consider that to be quite the test. Hold on. And either emerge victorious or die. So you're literally throwing the equivalent of a soldier to fight a demon in a ring. I don't know about that one, Chief. That seems a bit extreme. They are known as Armigers. Well, this is a blanket term for all Hell Knights in training. Sorry, I need a drink for this. I have something to point out in a second. You kidding me? The amount of little shits that someone needs to run them hands is ridiculous. Here's the thing. These are Hell Knights in training. Imagine being at the start of your training and your first test is, oh yeah, this demon. You, him, in the pit, one-on-one, mano a devil. One of you is gonna die. At least one of them was this start to give you beef jerky. Also, wait a second. You're a demon, aren't you, Nox? This is a devil. I'm pretty sure those are slightly different. Which would explain the beef jerky. These guys seem like they don't mess around. Including those trained to become signifiers. Wasn't signifier a cleric or something? Somewhere? I feel like I've seen the term signifier at some point. Either way, back to this. It also applies specifically to fighters who focus their training to become Hell Knights. Despite their lack of recognized rank, Armigers are skilled and deadly warriors. Devil royalty to be exact. Royal blood runs through these veins. Oh, so yeah, devil. Yeah, never mind, you are getting someone to fight in the pits. Apparently it's necessary. Most Armigers live and train at their order's citadel, working towards the day when they become full-fledged Hell Knights. These Armigers follow a brutally strict routine. They spend hours honing their combat skills against other trainees, obsessively studying in the Citadel's libraries, or memorizing passages of the Hell Knight's philosophy known as the Measure and the Chain. That is an awesome name for a scripture, the Measure and the Chain. The Bible? No, brother. I follow the I read from the Measure and the Chain. That is an awesome name and you cannot tell me otherwise. I mean, you can, but I'll just disagree. I knew you should have set up a summoning circle VIP or something, whereas I get summoned 24/7. At regular intervals, squads of Armigers emerge from their citadels to patrol nearby cities or frontier lands, working to enforce Hell Knight law and their order's edicts. Study a Squire. Oh, one additional skill rank at each level. Treats Knowledge World as a class skill. Okay, interesting. character must choose one Hell Knight order. Wait, are these different? Hell Knight order. Hold on. Whatever. Okay, we actually have different orders. Order of the Chain. Hell Knights of the Chain value social order and responsibility, seeking to root out anarchists and fugitives. They have reputations as relentless hunters who drag lawbreakers away in chains. These Hell Knights keep meticulous count of the number of criminals they brought to justice. They never abandon the pursuit of a fugitive, and they believe anyone has a specific, crucial role to play in society. Order of the Gate. The Order of the Gate Hell Knights seek to curb and prevent lawlessness through magic and manipulation. They have a reputation as mysterious, emotionless, and sometimes cruel magic users. Magic users, you say? Oh yeah, Arcane Armor training and Arcane Armor Mastery. Okay. Many are convinced that the Order of the Gate's Hell Knights are spying on them or already know their secrets. Sometimes this fear is true, as the Order's members prefer preventing a crime to punishing it and often use manipulation, information gathering and spying to further their agenda. While a Hell Knight of the Gate wears armor, he reduces the arcane spell failure chance by 5% at first level. Okay. All Order of the Golden Claw. The Order of the Golden Claw enforce law with a crusader's zeal, going where they are needed most in the fight against the forces of chaos. We have found the Space Marines, everyone. They know no bounds or borders in the quest for absolute order. To Hell Knights of the Gold Claw, the cause of the order is a holy mandate for which they will travel far to battle chaos in the lands that know little of civilization. To others, this Hell Knight's fate is likely inexplicable. Some believe that members of the order are experts in all 5 individual fates, or even that they are heretics. At first level, you gain an aura that you can use 3 times per day. It lasts 1 minute, that's not a lot, and grants all allies within 30-foot radius a +1 morale bonus to AC, attack, and damage rolls against chaotic creatures. Okay. Select one of the following domains: Artifice, Glory, Knowledge, Law, Fate, Nobility, Protection, Rune, Strength, Travel, or War. Gains the granted powers of that domain. Okay. Finally at the end page. Nox, please. We are not even halfway through. Again, I am prepared to stay here for a while. This is gonna take a while. It's a long process. As I've said, we are going to all of the classes. All of the classes and subclasses. Order of the Nail. Order of the Nail Hell Knights idolize civilized societies and seek to unite all people in advancing that cultural baseline. In fact, the Order of the Nail's members preach that anyone who doesn't embrace their own culture is a criminal and heathen who must be destroyed. The Order's members idealize the lifestyle and challenges of frontier settlers, no matter the displacement, indignation, or cruelty they might visit on those who were there before. Tell Umbra to scooch over the sleeping bag. This is gonna take a while. I know! Here's the thing. Last time I did one of these things, it took me 8 hours. It's probably not gonna take 8 hours this time. But I'm aware it's gonna take some time. Order of the Pyre. Hell Knights of the Order of the Pyre seek to combat outlandish fates and beliefs, preventing them from gaining perchance in the Inner Sea region. They are cult hunters first and foremost, but also fight to repress other philosophies they deem dangerous. These Hell Knights hate and vocally condemn cultists, priests of rare religions, and followers of mystical orders. Whenever you receive fire damage, you gain fast healing 5. Okay. So basically, you are impossible. 5 to 6 at most. I hope. Order of the Harak. Hell Knights hate wastefulness of both thought and deed. They crush pointless dreams and rebellions, and trample frivolous or dangerous inventions. They also closely observe individuals seeking hints of destructive ambitions and wasteful vices, and are skilled at destroying hideous writing and strange inventions. I think we need these people to deal with the AI problems currently going on in the world. I think these guys would do a fine job. I feel like we just show them the AI and they'll be like, this is useless. We shall end this. These are the soldiers we need. Moving on. The Order of the Scourge. Hell Knights of the Scourge seek out corruption within the order and laws, not fit for the lawful. They question and seek to determine the difference between what is legal and what is not, for the greater good. This is the Tau Empire, basically. Owing allegiance to no one nation or ruler, their quests for order often take them places that other Hell Knights cannot tread, both physically and philosophically. Don't get rid of all the AIs. You still use your Amazon Alexa. At the very least, generative AI should be going down the drain. At least that one should really be going down the drain. Or at least several applications of it. Because I'm not saying it's horrible. I'm not saying people shouldn't use it. I'm saying the way that it's currently implemented and used, it's not the best. It's giving AI a bad name. And I really wish it didn't, because as a technology, AI is fantastic. As for how it's being used, it's honestly just fucking sad. Maybe Ultron was right. Unfortunately, the villain being right doesn't mean that his actions are right. His concerns were correct. The actions taken, not as much. There is an important difference to be made. Where was I with this? The Knights of the Scourge seek out corruption within order and laws not fit for the lawful. They question and seek to determine the differences between what is legal. Okay. Owing allegiance to no one nation ruler. Take them both physically, philosophically. As a result, their commitment to the measure and the chain must be beyond reproach. Whenever you land a killing blow, all enemies suffer a penalty to will saving throws. Imagine being so zealous that when you murder someone, even battle-hardened veterans are like, what the heck, dude, chill, he's dead. And your only reply is, don't worry, you're next. I'm just finishing up here, but you are definitely next, and then I'll finish up with you, and then with the next one. Mic drop. Sorry, head drop of your former ally as the night comes for you next. These guys are terrifying. Then again, religious zealotry, on average, is pretty terrifying. Dragon Heir Scion. Now we're getting into some spicy stuff. Dragonairs are the martially inclined humanoid descendants of those influenced by draconic power. Unlike their sorceress brethren, Dragonair Scion manifests their heritage in ways more suited to strength of arms and skill with steel than arcane energies. Those who follow this path are often the children of mighty dragon-blooded sorcerers, and others who drew energy from their dragon blood, though they themselves might not exhibit spellcasting ability. They do have a draconic bloodline. They do get a draconic presence. Can they be a dragon? That's the real question that I have. It does not seem to be the case, unless... Yeah, they get the draconic bloodline, so eventually they'll become a dragon. Like, he took a good look at the internet for 5 seconds and decided we need to go. Yeah, imagine this how it goes. Bro, he's dead. Chill. We got what he need. Ah, you're asking me to eviscerate you a bit less next. Got it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it indeed. Might of Worms. Immunity to sleep. Paralysis and damage of any types. You get wings. Draconic strike. Wait, no, this is different. You don't actually get to turn into a dragon with this. Huh. How interesting. So that's the difference. You basically gain their passive traits like scales, claws, whatever, but you don't actually become a dragon like the sorcerers. Okay. Mutation Warrior. While most fighters rely on physical fitness and rigorous training to achieve martial superiority, a few prefer to create and imbibe dangerous concoctions that transform them into fearsome creatures. Oh, this is just the Witcher class. Mutant and Discovery. Yeah, this is just the Witcher class, but more... a bit of the Hulk and a bit of turning into animals. Understandable. Titan Fighter. How many more? Sweet God. We are not even at the halfway point. Okay. Time to speedrun these a little bit. Titan Fighters. Titan Fighter make use of enormous weapons others can barely lift. Giant weapon wielder. Okay, so this is basically guts. Yes, I checked. It's 3 hours and 30 minutes to be exact. Now granted, at least 30 minutes was 100% yapping. But, still more to go. Tower Shield Specialist. I get the feeling this is the one that Eden was talking about at some point. Many fighters believe the Tower Shield is a tool suitable only for troops on the battlefield, claiming it to be too large and bulky to use in skirmishes or within dungeon corridors. Tower Shield Specialists defy those notions, using their massive shields with startling skill and incredible effect. They use these seemingly clumsy shields to perform deft maneuvers that confound their enemies. Honestly, this goes back to the thing that I'm missing the free DLC. No, I'm not. I'm fairly certain I'm not. Hold on, let me check. You're making me check. I'm pretty sure I have all of the DLC. If it's free, all the more. Let me check. Oh no, you're actually right. I'm missing the one. How did I miss this? The brand new Magica and the new... 2 new characters. Are you bloody kidding me? Also, hello there. That the vein. Thank you for letting me know. It is getting added to the library. I don't know if I want to restart this, if I'm honest. Like, I've been reading at this for like 3 hours. That Evan, I added an extra E to the... Did I? I might have. My apologies in that case. That Evan. Alright, I think I kind of split the death part of the name. That's on me. My bad. Two-handed fighter. Some fighters focus their efforts on finding the biggest, heaviest, most imposing weapon they can find, and trying to manage and harness the weight of their massive weapons for maximum effect. This fighter school benefits only apply when using two-handed weapons. So, kind of like the Titan fighter, but not with gigantic weapons. Understandable. Second without me. Okay. Understandable. Hello, welcome. Thank you for letting me know. And now that I'm done with this, do you happen to know which two particular ones are they? So I can read them out loud if I've already passed them. The subclasses, I mean. As in, can you point them out if I go out, download them very fast, and get back in the game? Because I will do it. If I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this right, damn it. When the hell did they release the free DLC? I was certain I checked that I had all of them. But apparently not. Yeah, I need to. That's what I'm saying. If I restart the game, do you know which ones are the ones added? Because if you don't, I'm not gonna be able to tell if I already passed them. And honestly, I don't think I want to go through all of them from the start. So I'll just continue. That's what I'm implying. No. I literally do not have the time. Also, should be VT followed. Did I mention? Did I? What am I being confused at some point? I'm getting so distracted with all of this. For now, I'll keep going. And if they figure out which of the subclasses they are, I'll restart the game and then I'll take it from the top. For now, we go on to the Hunter. Hunters fight side by side with their animal companions. They can use both melee and ranged weapons and deploy some divine spells that let them empower themselves and their companions. It's fine, unless you go to work at the usual time instead of being late. Yeah, the thing is that I'm going to work at the usual time, for one. For a second thing, I do have a stream that I want to watch later. So, technically I have about 2 hours and a half to finish all of this. So, yeah. Yapping less, talking more. Colluding Scoundrel. The Colluding Scoundrel is a canyon convoluting skirmisher, manipulating her enemies and leveraging her allies for her own benefit. So basically the common rogue. Divine Hound. Some hunters specialize in hunting other people, side by side with a loyal friend. Divine Hound. Oh, come on. Whatever. Riding Dog and Wolf. It makes sense that it's the riding dog, but it amuses me that it's also the wolf. For a Divine Hound. Okay. Moving on. Divine Hunter. I think I'm seeing a bit of a theme here, and they did mention divine spells. While most hunters heed the call of nature and fight to protect its bounty, some are inspired to serve a higher power. These divine hunters use fate to aid them in their struggles, and their fate infuses their animal companions, making these companions champions of their deities. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Forester. While all hunters have a bond with the natural world, a forester has a stronger tie to her environment than the animals within it. While most foresters feel strong bonds with woodland regions, the archetype functions well in other terrains as well. In such cases, a forester might refer to herself by a different name that more accurately reflects her chosen terrain. For example, a forester who favors bogs and marshes might call herself a swamper, while one who favors frozen regions might call herself a glacial guardian. A glacier guardian, not a glacial. As foresters gain levels and take on new favorite terrains, they often eschew such titles completely, viewing them as unnecessary and merely refer to themselves as guardians of the wild, or champions of nature's will. But regardless of their name, their devotion remains. But shortened to DH. Tandem Executioner. Many hunters rely not on spells, but on righteous training with their animal companion. Aversion to spellcasting. Tandem Executioners do not gain any spells or spellcasting ability, do not have a caster level, and cannot use spell triggers and spell completion magic items. Interested. Both shortened to DH, yeah. Divine Hunter. Take out the DH. Which one? There's two of them. The Urban Hunter. Urban hunters help guards track down and apprehend criminals or spies, find lost children or disaster victims, and protect animals from abuse in the city. They still draw their inspiration straight from the natural world, marveling at how nature flourishes wherever the city allows. So kind of like Batman, but more foresty. This is Druid Batman. Understandable. Tandem, are they on a tandem? They are in tandem. There's a difference. I know. I'm aware. I know it is a bike for two. I have been to the Netherlands, they did have those. I have encountered the term before. That is one of the cases where I actually did know and understand the joke. I'm just really trying to get to all of this faster. Wandering Marksman. The Wandering Marksman is used to diverting enemy attention from him to his animal companion and then striking from a distance. Okay, that's all of the Hunter. Inquisitor. Inquisitor are their deity's weapons of retribution. They possess many divine spells, mostly using them to empower themselves and fight with a weapon favored by their deity. Depending on their specialization, an Inquisitor can be deadly in melee or ranged combat. No, stop and smell the lore. Lore is meant to be read, like so. Fate Hunter. Certain relentless Inquisitors burn with special hatred for an enemy of specific convictions, and they stop at nothing when obsessively hunting these foes down. They have sworn enemies in judgment. Ooh. The Judge. Not to be confused with the Judge Cleric from Lords of the Fallen. The strength of conviction of some Inquisitors is so great that they can, with a single word, sentence an enemy to death while increasing their allies' power. For each class he reads, he loses 20% of his capacity to stay asleep and not wake up to break the reality we're all in. The Living Grimoire. Wait, I'm actually curious, do you get where is it? True Judgment. Inquisitor can call True Judgment down or during combat. Whenever the Inquisitor uses Judgment ability, the Inquisitor can invoke True Judgment as a swift action. Once declared, can make a single attack. If the attack hits, deals damage normally. Okay, that's a bit anticlimactic. And then the target must make a Fortitude save or die. Never mind. That's what I was looking for. Third Judgment. Living Grimoire, they a book. Let's find out. The Living Grimoire literally wields the sacred words of his deity, using his holy tome to smite foes of his god with divine might. Unlike most Inquisitors, a Living Grimoire focuses on careful study of divine sculpture, valuing knowledge over intuition. I mean, kind of. They do have a spell book. A holy book, rather. Is it a holy book that's also a spell book, or do they just have 2 books? Those are questions that need answers, but probably for another time and another narrator. Or maybe a future narrator is the proper word. Monster Tactician. While most Inquisitors have learned to take advantage of the movements of their opponents and allies in combat, some instead summon creatures as a means of claiming strategic advantage, exploiting the mystical connection between themselves and their summoned creatures to impart a bit of their own tactical knowledge. Oh, suddenly less exciting. Yeah, not gonna lie. Unless... Hold on. Maybe. Just maybe. Sacred Word. Blessed Script. Sacred Word. Word of God. Okay, not the worst. But you still don't become a book. Not actual book. Unfortunate. Monster Tactician, apparently you summon monsters. What I can see here. Summon Monster 9, excuse me. Frost Giant. Summon the Boogeyman! Ah yes. You know the summon, the Boogeyman. We are summoning John Wick tonight, guys. Imagine there's an artifact that has a very powerful summoning magic. The party tries to stop the villain from summoning. It's too late. The summon goes through. And out from the smoke comes John Wick. Okay, that got the laughter out of me. Next. Monster Tactician is probably fun, just for that. Sacred Hunt Master. Some Inquisitors create a strong bond with an animal companion. They hunt and punish threats to the fate as an awe-inspiring duo. When they work together as one, there are few who dare stand in their path. Oh, they get a pet. Nice. He summons the Baba Yaga, the Boogeyman. No, he's someone you call to kill the Boogeyman. Sanctified Slayer. While all Inquisitors root out enemies of the faith, in many orders and churches, there's a select group of these religious hunters devoted to one goal and one goal alone: to terminate the enemies of faith wherever they can be found. Sometimes these sanctified slayers are given special dispensation to commit ruthless murder for the faith's greater good. Other times, they're simply willing to take the initiative to revel in the zeal of such grisly work. Ah, I see. Yeah, the amount of Slayer tactics and the sneak attacks here. Yeah, I think I know what we're dealing with. Tactical leader. Rather than pursuing their holy missions alone, some Inquisitors see the inherent value of working with like-minded allies to accomplish mutual goals. Okay, fair enough. Kineticist. Kineticist is one of the most difficult classes to master, again breaking the fourth wall, thank you game. They are the masters of elements, capable of creating elemental blasts with almost no boundaries. These blasts can be devastating to the enemies. You know, I would be more concerned if the main feature of the class was not devastating to the enemies, was a mild nuisance to the enemies. That's when I would be concerned. Devastation, all of the classes can do that. Mild annoyance? That's rare power right there. Jokes aside. bit of chocolate, and a bit of a drink. And we are already beginning. I keep imagining that when we summon, all everyone can see is Keanu Reeves, but to everyone is just a seemingly normal guy in a tuxedo suit. But for some odd reason, the brave and the bold enemies start to realize an emotion, something primal that every being has felt when they see him, as it screams into their mind. Fear. Because that way is when you put the joke. I see the two of you are definitely having fun. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm definitely having the time of my life, but I'm also trying to hurry, so... Moving on. The Blood Kineticist. I honestly don't even need to read this. I'm pretty sure this is basically a Blood Master, but let's see if I'm correct. Or Bloodbender. To a Blood Kineticist, the water in a creature's blood is just like any other sort, and she uses that knowledge to brutal ends. Whack! Rack. Okay, not as funny as whack. Fusion, bleeding infusion, blood blast, gut-wrenching infusion, vampiric infusion. Okay, so these are essentially vampires without the need to eat. Is what I'm reading here. Cool. Cool. Bloodbenders and water control, exactly. Yeah, the vessel has been doing whatever it wants for a while now. I'm just going to either ignore it or fix it whenever I notice it again. Dark Elementalist. Some kineticists who are loath to suffer the consequences of channeling their power study the darkest esoteric energies of the planes, and use souls to fuel their occult might. The spiritual tortures these dark elementalists inflict upon their victims' souls are horrifically selfish acts on par with the actions of demons. Hey Nox, I think I found some friends of yours. Apparently they are on par with demons. You can probably get along well. Elemental Engine. Bloodbenders in here like water control. I don't know what is control. Yeah, that's pretty much an accurate description I'd expect. Elemental Engine. Some kineticists use the overflowing elemental power seeping into their bodies to manifest additional powers. Ah yes! The valve is turned up to the maximum. Are you sure about that? Cranks it up even more until it breaks. And floods everything. Burnout. Elemental Burnout. Of course. Greater Elemental Burnout. That doesn't sound like something you'd want. Burnout is usually the thing streamers especially want to avoid. So I don't know about this one, Chief. Kinetic Knight. A Kinetic Knight dons armor and wields a blade of elemental energy. Kinetic Knights are rare in the Inner Sea region, but not unknown. Many realize their elemental powers while training for battle. Huh. You create a non-reach, light or one-handed weapon in your hand formed of pure energy or elemental matter. The kinetic blade's shape is purely cosmetic and doesn't affect the damage dice, critical threat range, or critical multipliers. Okay. So we can technically say it's any form we want. This would be fun in a group. Like, everyone has is playing a kinetic knight, everyone has cool sword shapes. And out comes someone with the most flaccid looking sword you have ever seen. As their sword, and he's like, guys, it works, don't worry about it, trust me. Kinetic... What are you talking? Kinetic night sounds like some hard sleeping. You get the best of naps during a kinetic night, let's be honest. Kinetic sharpshooter. Kinetic sharpshooters are skilled marksmen who complement their attacks with blasts of energy. They produce elemental projectiles in advance and store them in special quivers, so that when the time comes, they can obliterate entire swaths of enemies with their charged shots. Okay, basically Arcane Archer. They have quite the punch and then you wake up later. I think you just described a hangover. Overwhelming Soul. Some kineticists have such a powerful personality that they can seize control of their element with their minds alone, without endangering their bodies. Mind over matter. Okay, that basically said it all. Overwhelming power. Make up your mind. Is it overwhelming power or is it mind over matter? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of overwhelming power in here. I think the mind lost this one. Psychokineticist. While most kineticists channel elemental power to their bodies, rare kineticists channel such power to their minds. Psychokineticists lack strong spirit, and so this energy ravages their mind but unleashes power locked in their ruptured emotions. Sometimes a psychokineticist inadvertently unleashes his power when he experiences an outburst of strong emotion, potentially making a psychokineticist an outcast or even an accidental killer. Oh great! Accidental killing as a class. Never hangover her things, you're too small for that. Okay, that's the kineticist. Next up the magus. I think we might be making a dent. Yeah, we are actually about halfway. We are actually halfway. This is a miracle. I would say it's a Christmas miracle, but if I talk or yap any longer, we might actually be here until Christmas. And that's not something that I can afford. So, Magus. Magus is an arcane spellcaster who fights with a weapon in one hand and a spell in the other. They are very effective attackers thanks to a vast array of both offensive and defensive spells. However, playing this class, thank you for the wall break again. The poor fourth wall is in shatters. Sim will be done in 4 hours. No. At maximum 2 more hours. Such is my decree. However, playing this class takes a lot of attention and micromanagement. Great. Arcane Rider. When a magus gains a special bond with his mount, he becomes an Arcane Rider. The magus and his faithful companion not only begin to think as one, but literally become a single arcane entity. They share one arcane pool and can move through dimensions together, excuse me, plunging enemies into confusion with sudden attacks from nowhere. No, keep going. The longer you go, the slower it'll take for Mariah Carey to defrost. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure she's already escaped confinement. I'm sorry to give you those news. I think she has already escaped. So it's a bit late for that one. But I will say this. Arcane Rider. Very interesting concept. You basically become one with your animal companion, with your mount. And you also become a dimension hopping arcane monstrosity. This is very, very interesting to me. Next up. Fellas, get the cryo cannons. Get the Child of Winter. I think we need several Children of Winter for this one. We can let her go into the nearest radio station. Again, it's too late. I've already heard the songs. Maybe it's not too late for you all, but it's too late over here, unfortunately. Armored Battle Mage. Many Battle Mages focus purely on destructive evocations, but some extend their tactical studies to include the use of tried and true protection of steel. These Armored Battle Mages learn to move and cast spells even in the most restrictive armors and have developed new methods to magically enhance their armor. Ooh. Arcane Pool, medium armor. No spell combat, and it's a different type of Arcane Pool from what I see here. Okay. Is it now that I have to tell you that a friend found Easter goodies on sale? Yeah, I hate to say it, but Easter seems to have come early this year. I think it's them just getting rid of the Easter stock that was left over. I'm sorry to tell you, but some of those things might not... what's the word? They might not be safe to consume. Depending on if they are foods or not. Moving forward, Bladebound. Select group of Magi that are called to carry a black blade, a sentient weapon of often an unknown and possibly unknowable purpose. This weapon can become both a valuable silent assistant and a militant parasite. Black Blade. Manifest the Black Blade. The Bladebound Magus gains a powerful sentient scimitar called a Black Blade and can communicate with it telepathically. Okay, I'm noting this one down. I might want to play this one. Just to see if I can anoint the sword into not existing. I say that until you go to store next week and see Valentine's goodies listed for 2025 on sale. God damn it. Sharpening the black blade, of course. Independent ego. The sword's ego becomes so great that the weapon can fight without the wielder. I can just be like, sword, you handle this, I'll stay here and watch. Chargeable Gist. As a free action, can spend 1 point to change the type of all damage dealt by him using the Black Blade. Oh. Okay. Life Drinker. Each time the blade ball kills a creature while using the Black Blade, or the Black Blade kills a creature by itself, because it can do that now. Okay, a number of temporary hit points. Okay. True Bond. Whenever the Blade-bound Magus hits the target with Corrosive Touch, Force Punch, Frigid Touch, Shocking Grasp, or Vampire Touch, the Black Blade deals an additional damage, respectively with its next hit. Vessel, behave. There we go. Expired date in 3 years. Production was 2 months ago. God damn it. Okay, that's just a newbie stand from JoJo. It kind of is, isn't it? But cooler, obviously. But yeah, it's just a newbie stand from JoJo. Eldritch Archer. The Eldritch Archer rains magical attacks on her foes. Honestly, we don't really need to say much more. Moving on. Eldritch Scion. I think I played an Eldritch Scion the last time. Or I was thinking about it. Unlike typical Magi, Eldritch Scions do not study tomes of magic or spend time learning to combine martial and magical skills. Rather, Eldritch Scions find that their spells and abilities come to them instinctively. A newbie stand, yeah, it's pretty noobish. Some might even say a noobish. Hexcrafter. A Hexcrafter Magus has discovered the secret of using his arcane pool to recreate witch hexes. This Magi can hex friend and foe, curse those they strike, and expand their spell selection to include many curses and harmful spells. Okay. Spell Dancer. I need to be an elf for this one, let's change. The strong emphasis on wizards within elven culture influences how even non-wizard elves see themselves. Many elven magi do not consider themselves masters of a blend of martial and magical talents, but rather a subcategory of wizards who study the effect of physical movement and techniques upon spellcasting ability. They believe their ability to cast spells while fighting is an outgrowth of the concept of the spell dance, which itself is just another kind of wizardry. Huh. I'ma just say it, I'm sorry you don't like JoJo. Honestly, perfectly fine. I don't really recommend Megas if this is my first time playing the game. Sergio, hello there, welcome. And don't worry, I'm just reading through all of them and then I'm picking the one I'm playing. So, we might be here for quite a while, still. I'm trying to go to this as fast as I can. It's already been 4 hours after all. Sword Saint. Also, I am playing on story for technically the first time I plan to fully play it. So, I hope the RNG won't mess me up too hard. But even then, I'm a smart immortal cookie. I'll figure stuff out. The stream will not end in 4 hours, it will end in 2. That is my ultimatum. 2 at most. 2 minus 4 minutes, in fact. A Sword Saint spends his life focusing on his training and meditation into a rapturous perfection of the use of a single weapon, which is usually, but not always, a sword, channeling his arcane might through it in a drizzling and deadly dance beyond the abilities of even the greatest of mundane warriors. Simulating 2 plus 2 hours. No! Just 2. Mind if I help? First of all, would you prefer playing a full caster, half caster, or full martial? I'm gonna be honest, I think I would prefer either a full caster or a half caster. Most likely a half caster. And I'm going to be honest, if I can turn into a dragon, that's a big bonus. Next up, Monk. Monks are masters of the martial arts, deadly in melee combat. They fight with their bare hands, or with special monk weapons. A monk must have a lawful alignment, or they won't be able to advance. Okay. Get our sleeping bags, we get to listen to story time, and get protection from Mariah Carey frosting. Drunken Master. Most monks lead lives of moderation and quiet contemplation, but the Drunken Master finds perfection through excess, powered by strong wine, or just pure alcohol, let's be honest. He uses his intoxication to reach a state where his ki is more potent, if somewhat fleeting. You recommend Blood Rager, with Draconic Bloodline, of course. I get the feeling something similar was what I played the first time I launched the game, like a year or 2 ago. So I might just do that again, being perfectly honest. But not a calf caster, because throwing cattle is hard. I cast cow! Quarterstaff Master. Some monks focus their efforts on perfecting the way of one of the simplest weapons, a quarterstaff. They train until the quarterstaff becomes a natural extension of their own body. I just remember what I played the last time. I think I was... what's the name? I think I was a mixed ancestry sorcerer or something like that. I know I had 2 bloodlines and I picked for both of them dragons. That's what I did the last time, I remember now. Now we need a joke. Give you a bit. Okay, then take your time. Tradition. Wait, did I read the Quarterstaff Master? Focus their efforts on perfecting one of the simplest weapons of Quarterstaff. They train until the Quarterstaff becomes a natural extension of their own body. Pretty simple. Scaled Fist. Steeped in traditions that trace their origins to the warrior monks who trained under the tutelage of draconic masters, Scaled Fist eschew passive introspection in favor of unshakable confidence. Scaled Fist loves to combine brutal intimidation with the brazen ferocity of an ancient wyvern to devastate their foes. Draconic heritage, oh. Okay, interesting. There's a sort of subclass that lets you have 2 bloodlines instead of 1. Yeah, sorry. I think that's what I picked the first time I played. And I remember being half silver dragon and half white dragon. I wanted to know if the game will let me do that and how that will work. I know it's pretty much a waste as far as everything goes, but I wanted to see it. That was fun for me at the time, so that's what I did. Sensei. The sensei is a revered teacher who imparts lessons of the oneness of mind, body, and spirit, along with the occasional correction that is subtle and swift. Rather than using wisdom for his own benefit alone, he uses it to better those around him. So basically a very old man, powerful teacher. Understood. Sohei. Not gonna lie, for a second there I thought it meant the guy from Slime, the assassin dude with blue hair, the Oni. The Sohei are masters of the horse and the hunt. A monastic soldier, the Sohei is equally adept at combat on foot or on horseback. While skilled in unarmed techniques, many Sohei favor weapons they can use while mounted on horseback or against others' horses. Okay, so basically the horse monks right here, and the anti-horse class, all wrapped up in one. Students of the Stone. Or read. Oh, the Stone guys. By following the path of the Stone, students of Stone give up much of Monk's mobility in favor of sheer resilience. Okay, the tank monk. Understandable. Power stone, body of stone. I don't know, he looks kind of stoned already. I think we need to get the police in here. Stone self. Comes an outsider with the earth type. Yeah, you literally become stone. You become the rock. This is the close the rock would probably pick. Just to chat, personally I have played the Sylvian Sorcerer and the Druid. I heard the Sylvian bloodline is somewhat weaker than the other bloodlines, but the animal companion more than makes up for it. Your pet leopard is, sorry for the pun, an absolute beast. Highest AC in the party. Simply amazing. Yeah, I think they did a lot of good job balancing all of the crazy stuff they added in the game. At least to some extent. Traditional monk now. Traditional monks walk the strict path of discipline which thousands of their predecessors taught before them. They sacrifice the freedom to choose their power in exchange for steeled willpower and the trusted set of traditional abilities. So basically, kind of your run-of-the-mill basic monk is what I'm guessing, minus the key power. Or at least different type of key power. From what I'm understanding. Okay, fair enough. Zen Archer. Some monks seek to become one with another weapon entirely, the bow. Zen Archers take a weapon most other monks eschew and seek perfection in the pull of the taut bowstring, the flex of a bow's limbs, and the flight of an arrow fired true. Okay, the monk archers, these are a fairly well-known archetype, I would say. Plus, you find it hilarious that your character was the nature-loving son of a fae, has a pet leopard that can pick locks and disarm traps. I think I met Lan at the beginning the last time, although last time I played, let's say things did not go well with Lan. I didn't play much after that point. I feel I should mention, I have played some of the game, but I have not completed it. So, I think I went a little bit after escaping the underworld. I went for maybe 4 hours more, give or take. Oracle. Oracles are powerful divine spellcasters who have access to the most powerful divine magic. They can effectively heal and empower their allies or devastate their enemies. Oracles have access to a limited number of spells and only grow new ones as they advance in level. This makes them less flexible, but they can cast more spells before needing a rest. Flexibility isn't something I'm willing to sacrifice. It's one of the things that I do enjoy often in games. Over raw pure power. Divine Herbalist. Divine herbalists practice an obscure alchemical art which involves medical and restorative techniques that transcend ordinary alchemy, allowing them to blur the line between alchemical medicine and divine miracles. Okay. By the way, the monk in general is a very popular dip for multi-class. Skilled Fizz gives extra AC based on charisma. That is a detail that I'm very interested in, because charisma is often my main stat for a lot of things that I do play. Like, I like having a decent amount of charisma in games like this. Dual Cursed Oracle. All oracles are cursed to some degree, but some oracles bear an even heavier burden. Wait. Oh yeah, they do have a curse. Now I remember. Each oracle is cursed, but each curse comes with a benefit as well as a hindrance. So this guy just got cursed twice. This reminds me of the Genshin Impact quest. I'm not gonna say which one, but if you know, you know. Where a god is like, she was so human, so perfect. I made exactly what I wanted. So I cursed her. This class is basically that one character. There's a charisma-based half-caster that is similar to Bard, but also has a bloodline like Sorcerer, the Scald. Oh, I think I remember reading about them at some point. Enlightened Philosopher. The Enlightened Philosopher seeks truth to compassion, moderation, and humility. By following her philosophy's teachings, she aspires to reach enlightenment and become one with the universe. So basically this is Buddha. This is the path to Buddha. I'm fairly certain. The final revelation, yeah, this is essentially becoming the Buddha. If you remember right, Blood Rager also uses charisma for spellcasting. Ooh. Yeah, I'll probably pick either a Blood Rager or a Sorcerer class. We shall see. Lone Strider. A Lone Strider is a recluse who gained her oracular powers from isolation in a deep desert, a mountain peak, or another secluded location. Their mom's basement, maybe. Imagine if that was the case. Ah, the tragedy of the wanderer, you know what I'm on. Okay. Wizard, why is the barbarian carrying a skillet? Bard, he thinks it's his spellcasting focus. Wizard, he has spells? Bard, just one. Every time he hits someone with it, he shouts, "Cast Iron!" Vessel, please. Yeah, that one right there is a D&D classic. I was about to say, let me tell you a few others, but no, we're gonna be here for literal ages if I stop. A connection to untraveled places gives the Lone Strider powers to evade her enemies. Possessed Oracle. Now we're getting into interesting stuff. Possessed oracles are possessed by spirits, demons, or similar beings. Instead of drawing her powers from deities, a possessed oracle has these otherworldly forces work their magic to her. I'm sure that's a lovely experience that I do not wish upon myself. Oracle is pretty much the divine equivalent of sorcerer. Fewer spells, but more spell slots per day. Plus curses. Yeah, I like how just on the tiny line at the end of the contract. Plus curses! No, please go on. There's no, there's not 3 hours left. That's not how that works. Also, you counted the timing correctly. Okay, Purifier next. Aasimar. The Purifier seeks out signs of possession or mind control. I think they're about to find it. I don't know. I think they're a bit close to the possessed. I think they're very close to finding it. The Purifier seeks out signs of possession or mind control that manifest from unwilling and often unwitting servants for fiendish corruptors and their more mortal minions. A purifier seeks liberation of mind, body, and spirit from the bondage of sin and the taint of the unholy. Oh, you would have so much work to do over on Twitch and on Twitter. Seeker. Oracles gain their magical powers through strange and mysterious ways, be they chosen by fate or blood. While most might be content with their strange powers, some oracles join the Pathfinder specifically to find out more about their mysteries and determine the genesis and histories of their eldritch talents. These spellcasters are known as Seekers, after their obsession with researching ancient texts and obscure ruins for any clues they can find about their heritage and histories. Guys, this is just the class, he still needs to choose race, feats, stats. No, don't worry, those parts will probably go a lot easier. But I want to go to the classes and subclasses first. It's something that I have done before and I want to do in one go. And yeah, I've also given up on Twitter, don't worry about it. Oh, so there's actually 6 streams. No! 6 streams. Maybe there are 6 streams of the game left. Definitely more than that, though. Debating if I should make a joke character in my next D&D campaign. Well, this will definitely give you the inspiration for it, I would say. Some might even say that I have cast inspiration, along with inspire competence. Wind Whisperer. People often find themselves listening to the rustle of the wind, but only a handful of them hear the whispering of the mighty nature element and can use it as a source of power. No mastery, just wind. Okay then. We are down to the Paladins. Paladins are fighting evil on the front lines. They are good at destroying especially powerful evil creatures. As they advance, they gain access to a small number of basic divine spells, focusing mostly on healing and empowering themselves and their allies. A paladin must be lawful good enlightenment or they will lose most of their powers. Not even cannot advance, they will just flat out lose their powers. There are 6 streams left, guys, and help. No, there are not 6 streams left, relax. Base idea, a wizard can only cast... I'm not reading the rest of that. No, bad knocks. Someone get my bonk hammer. I require the hammer of banishment for this. Divine Guardian. The Divine Guardian devotes himself to the protection and guardianship of one creature at a time, be that her liege, lord, an allied cleric, or an innocent fearing an overwhelming danger at the hands of evil. The Divine Guardian devotes himself to the concerns of the material world, ensuring some divine studies. He does not gain access to divine spellcasting. Oh, interesting. Divine Hunter. Most paladins rush into battle, meeting evil toe to toe. The Divine Hunter prefers to engage evil from afar, striking down her foes before they can threaten her allies. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I do have it, I just have to kind of re-add it from zero. Also, hello there, Senko. By the way, you have recently fallen in love with the Divine Soul Sorcerer class. Metamagic applied to divine spells is powerful. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure it originally was not meant for that. Twin casting Healing Word, extend the duration of A to 16 hours. You could cast it before a long rest and still have it active for 8 hours afterwards without spending spell slots or sorcery points. Extend the range of AoE heals. Yup. ReZero adding things back in from the beginning. Yeah, that will be me. I will basically have to play the role of Subaru and just add all the things that I've already done once before. Divine Scion. Wait, did we do the hunter? Yeah, we did. The hunters are the leader of the group. Next. Divine Scion. Divine Scions are paladins who improve their battle prowess, not only through fate, but also through knowledge. They study their enemies and find the most efficient methods of dealing with them. However, for your info, Warframe is live with drops. I hope the drops work, because last time they didn't for me and I'm kind of pissed. Let me just do a little something. Just nothing too important.
Is this why Zach?
There we go. Now it's telling me it works. I'm hoping it works. Now then, thanks for telling me about that, Senko. Yes, you heard it. Now unhear it. Delete it from memory. Back to the game. Gotta go and Lark wanted to go sleep and just letting you know. Much appreciated as always, Senko. Get that rest. You deserve it. Also, I'm hoping a certain bell did the same, but I couldn't quite check. Divine Scions are paladins who improve their battle powers, not only to fate, but also to knowledge. They study their enemies. Oh, I already read it. Hospitalier. The paladins are known for their charity and for tending to the sick. The Hospitalier takes this calling above all others, spending much more of her time healing the poor, giving aid and succor to those in need. I should rest soon. I've slept like maybe... When did I sleep last time? I think it was 2 days ago. I'm good. Don't worry about me. I still have at least 1, maybe 2 more days in me. That's not the issue. I want to finish this before a certain friend starts their stream. Well, it was for a bit at least if you saw correctly, but means nothing if she's online or not. Yeah, I am aware. I am aware. But yeah, don't worry about it. Go and rest, Senko. Thank you for being here. Always appreciated. And Martyr. Every paladin's code instructs him to put the welfare of others before his own, but some paladins take this further than most, shouldering the dearest suffering of the world onto themselves in order to help others and inspiring their allies to achieve greater heights of valor rather than seeking the glory for themselves. Yeah, this is self-explanatory, and I'm just gonna put it out there. It usually isn't worth it being a martyr. So, we're gonna avoid that fate. Stone Lord. Of course it's the dwarf. You literally have a race that's pretty much stone, but the Stone Lord is of course the dwarf. The Stone Lord is a devoted sentinel of dwarven enclaves, drawing power of the earth and ancestral stone to protect her people. Okay then. Tortured Crusader. We have found the Lords of the Fallen class, everyone. Tortured Crusaders endure physical, mental and spiritual trials. Despite knowing that they may not ultimately win, they persist, fueled by dedication to righteousness over helplessness. Stone Lord, you... No, I don't mean you, I mean the guy that... I mean this one right here. Warrior of the Holy Light. Some paladins use their gifts to focus on the holy light that shines within their souls. With the gifts of purity and redemption, these paladins spend much of their lives helping others find the true path. Unleashing this power takes patience and comes at a steep price. Alright, gonna shower and prep for work. Okay then, Nox. Be on your way. Thank you for keeping me company thus far. Yeah, I guess dragons can be lords. I mean, we do have dragon lords, so that's an entirely different subject. Like, I'm pretty sure the game actually starts with, slight spoilers, with the death of a dragon lord. So, we do have dragon lords. And yes, have a lovely day at work. Hopefully, nothing too difficult. Next up, Ranger. Oh god, there's so many. Ranger. Rangers are adapted to exterminating certain types of enemies. Rangers can become masters of any kind of weapons, depending on the combat style they choose. Thanks to their unique abilities, Rangers are some of the best dual-wielding warriors. Demon Slayer. Demon Slayers are known for their expertise in the destruction of demons. That was short and to the point. Next, espionage experts. These Rangers' favorite hunting grounds aren't the woods or mountain, but city streets and enemy headquarters. These masterful spies hunt for secrets rather than meat, using lies and stealthiness as effective as blades and arrows. But Iron Dragon was like, I don't know, the Dragonborn from Skyrim? Not necessarily. I would argue that it depends on the universe in question. You are prepared to worsen your carpal tunnel? Oh no. First off, it's bad enough that you have it. Second off, don't make it worse. Flame Warden. Emulating the blazing phoenix, Flame Wardens sweep to the world like a selective forest fire. Selective forest fire is an interesting word. Burning away corruption, evil, and those who cling to decay. So, kind of undead hunters? Question mark? Or evil hunters? Or they just use fire in general and pick their enemies. Yeah, they just use fire in general and pick their enemies, okay. Freebooter. A freebooter is a natural leader, a pirate who works well with a variety of people and in a variety of roles. Her specialized combat tactics help organize and direct a crew, and freebooters' talents are in high demand. Most freebooters work as independent agents. A freebooter signs on with a crew when she feels the urge to travel, and often moves to a new ship when her contract ends. So kind of like a mercenary. Of the Yarharhar persuasion. Stormwalker is cool. Oh, we're getting to that in a bit. Nomad. For some rangers living in the vast plains, their horses are an irreplaceable part of their lives, and their bows are a natural extension of their arms. Wanna get a drink? Yeah, my throat is definitely not going to be happy with me after this stream. No matter, for some rangers living in the vast plains... Oh, I read this. So it's basically a Han, as far as I understand it. Moving on. Stable Company Marine. The Stable Company Marines receive their training at the Elite Enduring Military Academy in Corvosa. A large portion of their education is the handling and riding of hippogriffs. So you get a hippogriff as a companion. Okay, that's pretty neat. The iconic mounts of the members of the company. The strongest wings. A dragon would like to argue with that one. Oh, you forgot to mention, backgrounds in this game are not just flavor or lame proficiency in one or two skills. It can be very impactful. I am aware. I am very much aware. It's not the first game of this type that I played, and I have played a little bit. Enough to realize that, yeah, some stuff will have consequences. Hippogriff is, or so you heard, the best animal companion. It's definitely special, so there is that. Stormwalker. Rangers who walk in the Tempest, unafraid, draw the power of the storm into themselves and become Stormwalkers. Now, I haven't played a lot of Destiny 2. I barely played it, in fact. But I have watched people play it, and I'm pretty sure walking into a storm is literally how you become the Storm class caster or hunter or whatever class Destiny had. You literally just sit there and get hit by lightning, and that's how you unlock the class. At least that was the case at some point. But you still prefer your leopard. Understandable, it is a pet, it is part of the family and the party. Next up, Rogue. Rogue's main role in the party is dealing a horrendous amount of damage to enemies in melee combat. They don't have much health, but can be hard to hit thanks to their high agility. Rogues also possess a number of useful skills, from lying to picking locks and defusing traps. You hear that? The storm that is approaching. Will it be provoking the black clouds of isolation? God damn it, Nox. I am the storm that is approaching. And we have the Dark Lurker. Dark Lurker is also known as the Hungry Knight. That's a badass title. And somewhat edgy. Actually, if you think about it, it's a little bit sad. Like, it's the Hungry Knight. What does the knight eat? You'll just say hungry. Use the darkness as their ally. Okay, fairly basic. Eldritch Scoundrel. Yes, the class that made your DM go insane to the point he banned you from ever using it again. Which one, Nox? I guess you have to play Metal Gear Solid again. Bell! I literally just had a talk with Senko about you. Thank you for the resubscription. Hello there. I pray that you have had some sleep. Ding ding ding, good morning, yes. You slept at 3 AM. Okay, what time is it now, if I may ask? Like usual. That's not all that good, miss. Little Miss Bell, the alchemist. Also, by the way, we went to the alchemist class already, so you missed that. 7:30. That's... You have enough energy. Pressing X to doubt on that one. Then again, I don't have enough time to argue with you right now, so you have enough energy. Congrats, you have one for now. Eldritch Scoundrel, students of the arcane magic. Ledger Main. How do I even pronounce this one? Legender Main. I cannot pronounce this word. And Stealth. Eldritch Scoundrels are a rare breed of adventurer, most commonly found seeking lost and valuable arcane writings in the ruins of fallen empires. Yes, I have been distracted quite a bit. Knife Master. The Knife Master is a trained killer who specializes in close-up combat and the wave and weave of knife fighting. In their hands, daggers and other similar light blades become truly deadly instruments. As the dual dagger from Monster Hunter, understood. Master of All. Normally I'd have to ask, why don't you want to play the Master of All? Sounds like the best one. Like it is the Master of All for a reason. Some half-elves spend all their time gaining new knowledge and skills, becoming Masters of All. I see. That's quite a repertoire of skills indeed. And he banned you from using Rogue, and that's before you chose a subclass to go into. You went for an assassin and you almost one-shotted an important NPC he has yet to introduce to you. And he only... And the only he lived was that he could do a saving throw. Rowdy. Sometimes brute force is as effective as trickery and stealth, and sometimes even more. Rowdy prefer this approach and are true masters of inflicting lots of pain in a straightforward manner. This is the school bully, let's be honest. Sylvian Trickster. Sylvian Tricksters are rogues who model themselves after the mischievous fae of legend. Though not spellcasters, the Sylvian Tricksters learn minor magical abilities reminiscent of those favored by fey creatures. The journey for many Sylvian Tricksters began in childhood. learning at an elder's knee the stories of the Fae and the secrets of how to resist their tricks. Sylvan tricksters often live in areas where the boundary with the Fae world is thin, and few have even been there, voluntarily or not. Also, Belle, since you are kind of new to the stream, this is Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. You can think of it as a D&D game with more complicated rules. That's basically an arcane trickster sprinkled with Tinkerbell fairy dust. Yes, yes it is. The Thug. Some criminals steal with finesse, their victims only discovering the crime when the rogue is long gone and the coin is already spent. A Thug, on the other hand, cares nothing for finesse. Sorry, this is the school bully, my bad. To both threat and violence, the Thug gets what she wants by promise of force and has no problem making good on that promise is needed. And the Underground Chemist. Underground Chemists are part of the rotting, fetid underbelly of the alchemical world. While Underground Chemists can't hold a candle to dedicated alchemists, they're tricky and dangerous with alchemical substances and potions. Also, Belle, I just want you to be aware of a certain class of the alchemist. Why can I not pronounce this again? Preservationalist is an alchemist who keeps preserved specimens in bottles, possibly jars, and releases them to aid them in combat. Basically a Pokemon Master Alchemist. Belle, I found you as a class in the game. This is the class that puts Nox in a jar. I figured you'd want to be aware of that one. We did the rogue already. Next up, the Shaman. Shaman? Lots of pronunciation for that one. Shamans are divine spellcasters who have access to the strongest spells of this time. Shaman has a great versatility in terms of customizing their build for the player's preferred style. Thank you for breaking the fourth wall, it's already in pieces. No matter where I go, the jar always follows close. Yes! Depending on their chosen specialization, a shaman can massacre enemies, support and heal allies, or control and weaken foes. However, playing as a shaman is pretty difficult and is not recommended for new players. I'm glad they tell me that, but the actual information is not on the subclasses. For a possessed shaman, merely communicating with the spirit world is insufficient. Instead, she invites the spirits to share her body, granting them a chance to experience corporeal existence. In return, they grant her their skills and protect her from otherworldly influences. Prophet of Pestilence. A shaman who has made a deal with the Horseman of Pestilence, a powerful entity from Abaddon, voluntarily binds himself to the source of... Hold on a second. Abaddon, Horseman of Pestilence. Am I wrong in saying this that I'm playing for the enemy if I pick this one? Moving on. Shadows Shaman. The best friends of some shamans are shadows, which they use to conceal their actions and find the best opportunities to attack their foe. So basically stealthy shamans. Got it. Spirit Hunter. Most shamans seek spirits to learn from them. Spirit Hunters pursue them to eliminate. Some of these loners are on a quest to rid the world of evil spirits and relentless ghosts. Others fight spirits to gain more power, and some join the wars spirits wage among themselves, no matter how mysterious and inscrutable for mortal minds these could be. Spirit hunters learn to enchant their weapons so that it could harm the incorporeal enemies as easily as mortal flesh. Okay, so a weapon boosting class, kind of? Spirit Warden. Not all spirits deserve reverence and respect. Some are twisted and despicable. A Spirit Warden's duty is... It is a Spirit Warden's duty to end the spirit's existence. So a Spirit Hunter, kind of, but only for the bad spirits? I guess? I'm very confused what's the difference between this one Actually, no. I think this is more of an anti-spirit, and this is a spirit user that focuses on their weapon. That's the difference. Unsworn Shaman. An unsworn shaman never binds himself to one specific spirit, always making new deals as she deems necessary for the circumstance she finds herself in. While this weakens the power she can access from any one spirit, it gives her access to a broader overall range of abilities. So instead of having a spirit, you have multiple minor spirits. This is basically Emilia from ReZero, kind of. But only if she also had the spirit as well, because Emilia had Puck. She kind of cheated, because she had the minor spirits and she had Puck on top. Wildland Shaman. I need to be a half-orc for this one. Half-orcs living in the wasteland have long learned the harsh lessons. The fittest survivors and the fittest rules. Their shamans do not communicate with spirits. They prefer to forcefully subjugate animals and battle spirits. The only kind of spirits they approve, for those who do not fight and do not serve the strongest are destined to die. Such is the law of the wasteland. Huh. So they get a little bit they get an animal companion. They get a little bit of a battle spirit instead of the normal spirit. Okay. Lastly, the witch doctor. Well, lastly for the shaman. The witch doctor is a healer who specializes in afflictions of the soul. Often misunderstood, she protects her tribe with healing powers, powerful defensive magic, and her own divine witchcraft. You know, when I hear divine, I don't think witchcraft, but you know what? We'll just go with it. We'll just go with it. On to the Shifter, which honestly is a pretty interesting one. The Shifter class offers players a way to experience a shape-shifting character that is more martially inclined than a spellcasting druid. With each new level, the Shifter's powers grow in new and surprising ways, creating a character that thrives in battle, exploration, and stealth. Child of the Manticore. Manticores are known to breed with many lion-like creatures, and Shifters in lion form are no exception. I think it's a good thing Nox is not right here. Yes, that is indeed a curse that Nox has brought upon himself. Also, I'm hoping Nox has left the building, the chat. Because, oh boy. I feel like he would get some ideas from this one. Perhaps you are the result of someone's vile experiment, or some other circumstances that have dictated that your shifting abilities have become twisted by manticore blood. Dragon Blood Shifter. Okay, I think this is the one that I got. Was it this one? I think it might have been this one. Actually, no, I did say it was a sorcerer with 2 bloodlines. Never mind. That's the one I wanted. This is one of the ones I was considering. Dragon Blood Shifters draw upon the inherent strength and majesty of true dragons, gaining a measure of their powers from their association. I still have my phone with me in the shower. Why do you have your phone in the shower? Why? Not even how, just why. Okay, moving on. We're gonna pretend nothing happened. Because you can. Fair enough, point taken. The phone is waterproof. Is it? Because I'm not certain. Also, just so you know, from me, from an IT guy, the phone is for water resistant, not waterproof. Trust me when I say that, it is not waterproof. No phone on the goddamn planet that is accessible to the public is waterproof. It's water resistant. There is a very, very clear line between the two. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay, Faeform Shifter. Faeform Shifters are intimately linked to the First World and can draw from it to gain otherworldly powers. The First World I think is the Fae World at this point. Even my roommates know that I listen to VTuber stuff early in the morning. It gets troubling whenever one of the VTubers I watch starts making a very sus noise because I have to scramble to keep the volume low. Ah yes, but the mingling of the Manticore and the Shifter in lion form, that's not sus at all. Understood. I see where the standards and the limits lie. Fiend Flesh Shifter. The corruption of the World Wound has transformed your shifting body into something fiendish. You have adapted to your new body and grown accustomed to using the evil energy inside you to hunt evil outsiders. Also, this is essentially Blue Exorcist. I am the demon, but I hunt the demons. I think some Samsung and iPhones are actually rated 1 bar water depth. Again, that's not waterproof, that's water resistant. You trust me when I say it, you leave it in water long enough, water will eventually find a way in and will ruin the phone. Moans? No. Weird D&D stuff? That's okay. Understandable. Good to know that's where the limits are. Rage Shaper. Not all shifters represent the balance of nature. What balance? Nothing that I've read so far was balanced. The Rage Shaper is a destructive force of nature brought to bear, a wild and uncontrollable engine of annihilation fueled by wrath. Rage Shapers fly into bloodletting frenzies and rain down devastation like unstoppable natural disasters. Terrible Slam. Devastating form. This is just the Hulk. I have found the Hulk. Before I found the Armored Hulk, this is just the Hulk. Were Touched. A Were Touched shifter willingly embraces their inner bestial spirit, gaining the traits of were creatures. So, lycanthropes, kind of. Okay. Wild Effigy. A wild effigy still takes the shapes of natural animals, but rather than transforming her body into flesh and muscle, she transforms into constructed effigies of her chosen aspects. Run that by me again. Major form. All shifter aspects have a minor and a major form. The minor form grants the shifter some of the animal's physical traits, while the major aspect is the form she takes on when she uses wild shape to transform into an animal completely. Okay, so that's the difference. Understood? This is the medieval fantasy equivalent of embracing your inner furry. I got that. Scald. Scald is a combination of a furious fighter and an empowering ally. They usually fight in melee and can employ a limited number of spells, can heal and empower their party members. Their songs inspire battle rage in their teammates, making those who fight with the weapons stronger. We have the Battle Scion. The Battle Scion possesses a unique mixture of courtly grace alongside martial and magical prowess. She is a warrior poet, as skilled with her words as she is with blades. Battle Scion sometimes rules as queens over courts of brave knights who scour the world championing bold quests. Battle Singer. A Battle Singer's songs are powerful enough to damage enemies with the sheer power of their vocal cords. I'm also ready to head out to work soon, but it's wonderful to drop in and hear me laugh. Well, you also laugh, so quid pro quid. Take care. Thank you, Belle. Lovely having you here again. Thank you once again for the sub. Much appreciated as always. And do enjoy... well, enjoy might be a bit much, but do have a nice time at work, hopefully. Also, at some point, I'm gonna have to drag you, kicking and screaming if I have to, And do that event that's currently in Guild Wars. You have been warned. I promise you it won't take long though. And it will probably be fairly fun. Yeah. Moving on. No, like, if it's rated bar water there, you can leave it in a bowl of water overnight and it would be fine. But yeah, actually depend on it being power. Due to how the devices achieve the 1 bar rating. Like, you can take it to the bottom of a pool, for example. You'll do your best. Again, don't worry, it's very fast, very easy, and it will give you something that will help your entire journey in Guild Wars. So that's kind of why I don't want you to miss that event. It's pretty damn good in general. Moving forward, where was I? Battle Singer, Court Poet. Many courts are places of artistic refinement, attracting those performers who wish to revel in an aristocratic court scene. Such artists may aim to become a darling of the court, focusing on the aesthetic requirements of a particular tradition, as well as learning details about that court's history and culture. Court poets elevated the Skal's love of history and poetry to an aristocratic ideal, captivating courts with complicated poetic traditions and inspiring others with their craft. Some court poets go on to create their own works, weaving their magic and force of personality into their unique performance. May your den run smoothly, Belmite. Damn it, nice. You will let me drag you? Good. I'm glad to have permission. Demon Dancer. While the twisted power of the demon-worshipping skulls is great, it comes at a terrible price. Herald of the Horn. Even the loudest voice can oftentimes be drowned out by the din of battle, whether with polished metal trumpet or a standing army of the crude, curved animal horn of savage raiders. A Herald of the Horn sounds his raging song with thunderous blasts, which can bolster allies or shatter castle walls. Hunt Caller. Hunt Callers are skulls whose songs draw their allies into the animal world. Ooh, okay. They can invoke the inner beasts of those who observe their supernatural performances, talent that causes many to mistake the Hunt Caller and her allies for lycanthropes or other shape-changing creatures. Interesting. Inciter, a liar and manipulator. An inciter uses his abilities to provoke and direct the crowd. A master of influencing the mind, he can easily turn a cheerful holiday into an ugly fight, readily supporting the combatants with shouts of encouragement. The Slayer. I might actually be done. I might actually do this in an hour. Let's keep going. The Slayer can fight both in melee and range combat. Their main role is dealing large amounts of damage to enemies. However, their defense is rather weak. Understandable. Belle is a grown-up, she can give permission herself. Any 3 hours left of the stream? No. It ends when we make the character and when I get to all of these. I'm going to get through this in 1 hour. This game has 25 classes. Each class has at least 5 subclasses. And if I factor in all the prestige classes, please don't read them too, this game has about 200 subclasses in total. I mean, these don't have a subclass that I can access. So there is that. So I'll just be reading this and these here. Like, just these. So technically we are close. It can be done. Arcane Enforcers. Some slayers study the arcane knowledge to learn new efficient ways of hunting their targets. They are known as Arcane Enforcers. Okay. So basically you have the arcane stuff added in. Bloodseeker. Awakened to a profane birthright passed down in his blood. A Bloodseeker wields better natural gifts from an unholy progenitor with immoral With immortal vigor coursing through his veins, this ruthless hunter achieves feats no mere mortal could hope to match. His senses are sharpened to a razor's edge, his strength and speed well beyond human limits. Bloodseeker's cursed lineage. The corrupt power of vampirism. Oh! It's a literal vampire. Understandable. Deliverer. Also known as a divine assassin, God's blade, or Wrathbringer. A deliverer is a weapon chosen by a god to punish those who have committed an affront to that deity. Evil deities are more likely to use assassins than deliverers, but some good deities use deliverers to deal with problems of a subtler nature than a cleric, inquisitor, paladin, or war priest can typically handle. Okay. Executioner. These professional killers are trained and used almost exclusively by crime families. Streetwise and ruthless, they operate independently, often making their talents available to the highest bidder. Though a few unscrupulous executioners exploit this arrangement and force families to pay higher rates for their services, most of these assassins follow a strict personal code and maintain absolute transparency with their employees. Yeah, surprise, surprise, the assassin of all things is honorable. Imitator. Why do you have to be a human to be an imitator? The human race is renowned for its quick learning curve and love of taking the best from others. I feel like there's a little bit of a commentary that I could make there, but I'd rather not. Imitators are geniuses with the ability to memorize and copy fighting styles. Oh, so they're basically Taskmaster, understood. While others spend their lives perfecting one technique, imitators are already using a few successfully. In combat, they instantly adapt to the flow of battle, choosing the most appropriate martial style and often improvise, confusing their enemies. So they're basically Taskmaster fused with Batman, understood. Minus the dual set. Spawn Slayer. Generations of warriors hold the line against impossible odds. Some of their ancient techniques persist to this day. Spawn, I do believe, was a type of demon or devil? Stygian Slayer. A Stygian Slayer crawls out of the darkest shadows to strike fear into the hearts of civilized folk. He's a merciless killer who can control a sliver of magic, allowing him to arrive unseen. You know, when it said Stygian Slayer, I was expecting a Slayer of the Stygian, not a Slayer who happens to be Stygian. I read that wrong. Vanguard. Vanguards are battlefield commanders who focus on the brutality of combat and lead their allies to bloody victory. Quick to react to danger, a Vanguard is a valuable scout, capable officer, and skilled tactician. Okay, so they have a few traits from a few other classes that we've seen so far, but in a different package. Okay, that's all of the Slayers done. Now we have the Sorcerers. I'm just gonna take this brief moment to thank everyone who has dropped by and everyone who still is here. I appreciate all of you, sincerely. I'm not in the habit of saying it nearly as enough as I should, but I just want you all to know that it's my honest feelings. I do appreciate everyone who drops by and who spends time here. Thank you. Okay, let's do this. Sorcerers are powerful arcane casters, very effective in combat. Unlike the other arcane spellcasters, they use a limited array of spells, which makes them less flexible in various situations. However, they can cast more spells before they need the rest. Cross-blooded. Okay, I think this is the one that I played the first time with two bloodlines. The cross-blooded bloodline combines the power of two distinct heritages. In most cases, sorcerers with this bloodline are offspring of two sorcerers from different ancestries, but occasionally a cross-blooded sorcerer arises from the conjugation of other powers. A draconic sorcerer who is also the culmination of a great destiny, an abyssal sorcerer from a family that dealt with devils, an arcane sorcerer raised from birth by the Fae, are all possible sources for cross-blooded bloodlines. Thank you, Mel. and have a safe trip. Nine-tailed is very cool. Yes, got that. I forgot to show Senko the fox. We'll get there. I'll probably make a clip or something and show him later. Ethereal Sorcerer. Your heavenly powers derive from insight rather than force of personality. And you do have to have the Imperial bloodline, so pretty much heaven. So you're part angel. The Geomancer. These sorcerers who draw power from the land around them, while tuning their magics to match its mystical properties. These Geomancers can spill their own blood on the ground at their feet to gain special benefits. Interesting. There we go, the Nine-Tails there. Stories often tell of kitsune with multiple tails, but not many realize that fewer than one kitsune in every 1,000 has this potential, and those that do usually have a magical quirk in their blood or have been blessed by their race's specific matron. As a result, most that harness the mystic powers of their newfound tails often gain sorceress powers, becoming nine-tailed heirs. I always found the story of the nine-tailed fox interesting, but honestly I'm really running out of time, so I promise I will get back to that one on a different occasion. The story, not necessarily the class, but we shall see. Overwhelming Mage. Innate magical powers are always a tempting phenomenon, and many people are content with the extent of their powers. But overwhelming mages strive to improve the sheer capacity of their powers. Sage Sorcerer. Your magic comes from knowledge and traditions that your bloodline has accumulated through the generations, not just from force of personality. Use your intelligence rather than your charisma to determine all class features and effects relating to your sorcerer class, such as bonus spells per day, the maximum... okay. I got the time, what do you mean? There's 2 hours and 55 minutes. No, there's 55 minutes. Seeker. Sorcerer who gain their magical powers through strange and mysterious ways. While most might be content with their strange powers, some venture far and wide in search of greater understanding of the genesis and history of their eldritch talents. These spellcasters are known as Seekers. Didn't we have another Seeker class? Hold up. I think that was the case before. There's 2 Seeker classes. What the heck? I'm pretty sure it was Oracle, wasn't it? It is. There's 2 Seekers. Two flavors of subclasses, but they basically have the same motivations, I guess. It's interesting they even have the same description. Moving on. The Sylvan Sorcerer. Your ties to nature have more to do with creatures than with capriciousness. I see what they did there. Okay, War Priests. 3 more of the big ones, and then we have the one-time ones. War Priests apply both cold weapons and a vast array of sacred spells. They are effective in both offense and defense and can heal and empower allies, and have an ability to channel energy to heal or damage multiple targets. So quite varied. Champion of Fate. Champions of Fate are crusaders who use their power of their divine patron to annihilate the Fate's enemies. Cult Leader. Referred to as fanatics, lunatics, or obsessives, cultists, Cultists see themselves as genuine devotees of their deity, and the hierarchs of those devotees, the cult leaders, are the most fanatical of them all. Cult leaders are known for turning reasonable hearts towards corrupted teachings and striking at those that get in the way of their agenda. Disenchanter. Normally the opposite, an enchanter, is a class, but apparently we have the Disenchanter. While many war priests focus on the threat of the body, the Disenchanter focuses on the dangers to the mind and soul. Using the powers of his patron, the Disenchanter seeks to keep the powers of magic in check. Then we have the Feral Champion. Oh, Jesus Christ. When a war priest devotes himself to a god of the natural world, he is sometimes blessed with supernatural powers that allow him to evoke animalistic power and fury. Okay, so a nature priest. Makes sense. Mantis Zealot. Doesn't have the following features. I feel like this is a bit bugged with how it shows here. The arrival of the Mantis Zealot does not bode well for both offenders and innocents, for his true goals are known only to his deity. Good to know. Proclaimer. A proclaimer rushes into the abyss twisted waste with nothing but his weapon in hand and his fate in his heart, shouting his deity's name to the skies. Most proclaimers don't survive their first day in a hostile environment, but those that do become the stuff of legends, both stirring the spirits of crusaders near and far. Shieldbearer. Shieldbearers are divine warriors that stand on the front lines of battle, shoulder to shoulder with the soldiers of their people. Okay. Alright, blasting off to work now. I'll have you in the background with speech to text in case you want to chat. Understandable. Witch. Witches are potent arcane spellcasters who can employ the strongest spells. They are especially good at controlling and weakening enemies, both with spells and unique magic abilities called hexes. Witches can also heal and empower their allies, though less effectively than some of the other classes. It's a difficult class to play for a newcomer. At this point the fourth wall is a pebble. Elemental Witch. Witches sometimes dive deep into elemental energies, allowing them to evoke destructive powers upon their enemies. Witch of Giorona. Sorry, Hag of Giorona. Witches who dedicate themselves to the angry hag are feared for their ability to bend minds and sow discord. Some say these witches can watch their enemies from afar and can even corrupt the minds of the most innocent or loyal, including newborn babies and cherished pets. Huh. They don't have a patron, they have a dark pact. With a night hag. Grants the witch a familiar and bonus spells. Okay, interesting. Hagbound. Whether a changeling in the process of succumbing to her mother's call, a witch cursed by a hag to become her instrument of torment, a vain and petty witch overeager for power, or some other unfortunate soul, a hagbound witch finds its soul has been infected by a hag's spite and powerful corrupt in magic. Her mind and body begin to transform to reflect her new being. Hagbound witches suffer a slow transformative taint that is similar to the accursed corruption and make ideal candidates for this additional power and tragedy. You just slowly become a hag? Is that it? Yeah, hag transformation. You eventually just become a hag. Purging all goodness and light from her in exchange for dark power. Her type changes to monstrous humanoid, gains immunity to charm and fear effects. Also spell resistance 31. Okay then. Hex Channeler. A Hex Channeler is a witch who devotes herself to either life, healing the wounded and destroying the undead, or death, slaying the living and aiding undead. So, toss of a coin. You either heal the wounded and destroy undead, or you slay the living and heal the undead. Damn, I didn't know you could transfer into your mom as a spell. Leyline Guardian. We could use some of these in Guild Wars, I think you can agree. Some witches tap into the power of their patrons, not to a special connection with a familiar, but rather directly to the vast network of ley lines that cross the planes. These witches can harness the latent powers of ley lines without needing to be near one of the points where ley lines' powers are accessible to mortal spellcasters. Okay, so they have ley line powers, apparently. Conduit Surge. Stigmatized Witch. Some witches think of their magic not as a gift but as a curse. Her body is tarnished with a mark of her ill fate. Maybe the patron of such a witch was cruel and decided that power mustn't come cheap. Or maybe they mercifully helped the witch to turn the adversity that befell her into a source of new strength. A stigmatized witch relies on intuition. Her magic is based not on the sharpness of her wit, but on the strength of her character. Instead of regular powers granted by a patron, such a witch gets a curse like an oracle, and she casts her spells spontaneously, like a sorcerer rather than a wizard. Okay, those are some interesting twists. Witch of the Veil. Secret, mysterious, and shrouds are the ever-changing backbone of the Witch of the Veil. She always strives to discover new arcane knowledge and in this universe, while guarding the secrets of the secrecy of this knowledge. Okay. Bully, haha, your mom. You transformed into mom. Yes. I don't know, this just sounded better in my head. No, this is fine. This is an appropriate joke, I would say. It is a bit of a D&D joke, but I think it works. It at least got a cackle out of me. Get it? Cackle, witch, hag. So, wizard. Last of the one that has a lot of stuff, at least that I can see. Wizards are powerful arcane spellcasters. They have a large array of different spells, which makes them useful in different situations. They can destroy or weaken their enemies, or empower their allies. However, this versatility has its downside. The number of spells a wizard can cast per day is not very large. Wizard? What art? The wizard, of course. Arcane Bomber. To many wizards, the experimentation of the alchemist seems quaint, if not dangerous or frightening. A few wizards take up the secrets of the bomb, however. It's the secrets of the bomb specifically, of course they do. Fusing alchemy with their already considerable magical power. Why am I not surprised that the wizards just want a bigger fireball, let's be honest. Dampier. Chronomancer. Those who know how to manipulate the blood of a Dampier can be a powerful component to magic. Chronomancer infuses his necromantic magic with the power of his unique mixture of living blood and undead ether. As his powers increase in this strange arcane art, a Chronomancer finds potent ways to infuse his unique blood with necromancy spells. So a vampire-specific thingamajig. And I'm pretty sure the Dampier has several forms. One of it, which is Rushi, which, let's say that I knew a Rushi once. She's still around, just in a different shape and name. Who also happens to be a Fae. Look, VTuber lore gets more complicated than actual real life or D&D lore, if you really want to get into it. So let's get back to this. You can imagine a bard using that spell when the police says he'll do their mom. Bro, move already, the lights fucking green. What? Oh, you... oh yeah, the text-to-speech. You're still in traffic. I think I'm just gonna delete that one message. And yes, it did pick up, don't worry, I got it, I'm on the case. There we go. No worries, no harm done. Traffic can be problematic. Issue solved. Moving on. Elemental Specialist. Wizards sometimes specialize in utilizing one element, converting other elements into their own. Okay. Exploiter Wizard. Contrary to the traditional wizardry study, an Exploiter Wizard forgoes the tried and true methods of arcane focus and the arcane in schools for the exploits favored by an arcanist. Some wizards regard this blatant exploitation of arcane magic as somehow cheating, whilst most exploiters believe this prejudice is close-minded and overly traditional. Hey, if you can exploit it. There's a wizard subclass where schools are tied to the 7 deadly sins. You find that very interesting. Ooh. Scroll Savant. Some wizards consider scrolls a natural extension of their magical abilities. I can see it. Shadowcaster wield the dark powers of the shadow plane to achieve their ends. These masters of illusions can control shadows, summon shadow creatures, and induce fear in their foes. Though this darkness has corrupted many a heedless sorcerer. Sorry, a heedless wizard. Might even be a headless wizard, depending on how far this goes. Spellmaster. Usually wizards specialize in a school of magic, delivering greater impact in a focused manner, but spellmasters try to make their expertise as broad as possible. Talusorian Specialist. While the concept of wizard specialization along the classically recognized schools of magic certainly dates back to the time of Aslan, and perhaps beyond into the dim recesses of time before humanity rose to prominence. It was the rune lords of Thrasilon who exploited school specialization to its full extreme, focusing their research on the discovery that each school of magic was opposed by two specific opposition schools. The school lords developed methods of further enhancing their mastery over their chosen arcane specialties. Essentially, they defined these 7 schools as much by what they couldn't do as by what they could do. By exercising impurities introduced by fixed opposing schools, they traded arcane versatility for greater strength in their chosen fields. Okay then. Okay, now we have these over here. And then we can finally make the character and then the stream. And I can let my throat rest before work. Aldori Swordlord. The Swordlords follow no singular path to dueling mastery. Some of those who take up the blade only dabble in its use, while others explore swordplay with the dueling weapon in unconventional ways. Arcane Trickster. With their mastery of magic, arcane tricksters can make for more subtle or confounding opponents than standard rogues. Rugged legerdements enhance their skills as thieves, their ability to make sneak attacks without flanking, or as part of a spell that can make arcane tricksters formidable damage dealers. Assassin. A mercenary undertaking his task with cold, professional detachment. The assassin is equally adept at espionage, bounty hunting, and terrorism. At his core, an assassin is an artisan, and his medium is death. Trained in a variety of killing techniques, assassins are among the most feared classes. Since we're still on the character creation screen, next stream I get a pass to use the same narrative prompt. Yes, you do. I did tell you. You might regret using that one. Dragon Disciple. With the magic of a spellcasting class at their disposal, Dragon Disciples can assume the typical role of a magic accuser, hampering the movements of the enemy, hurling damage-dealing spells at their opponents. Dragon Disciples' draconic abilities, however, make those versatile spellcasters even more formidable, as they use their breath weapons and flight to destroy their foes directly. Duelist. Oh my god, I can actually see the end now. The abilities of duelists complement those rogues or bards who wish to accentuate their fighting prowess, but, because of their lack of heavy armor, are afraid to leap into combat. Duelists fight in the forefront alongside fighters, barbarians, and other melee combatants, deftly avoiding the blades of their opponents, while expertly targeting their vulnerabilities. Next up, Eldritch Knight. Eldritch Knights blend the abilities of fighting classes and spellcasters, hurling magic at the enemy one moment, and hewing down their opponents with steel the next. They are just as comfortable fighting in the thick of combat as they are casting spells at foes while remaining safely behind their compatriots. Their versatility makes them valuable allies when the nature of an upcoming battle is unclear. Diverse training. Hell Knight. We've heard quite a bit of the Hell Knights. Apparently it is an actual class here. Oh, and there's the signifier as well. We've heard of both of these in the descriptions of their previous skills. Classes, not skills. Well, skills as well. Hell Knight. Not all who start as novice army girls have what it takes to become a full-fledged Hell Knight. But those who do receive a wide array of abilities as they grow more powerful. While the individual powers and focus of a particular Hell Knight vary according to his order, all Hell Knights are universally feared and respected in regions where they maintain a presence. Most Hell Knights are lawful neutral and proudly avoid being tainted by distractions such as good or evil. But those who rise in power shift towards tyrannical and cruel nature. Some who rise in power shift to tyrannical and cruel natures. So not all of them. Hell Knight signifiers form the spellcasting arm of the Hell Knight Orders. They serve as faceless enforcers of order and use their magical powers to relentlessly root out and punish criminals to the letter of the law. They wear masks, often featureless, to mask themselves as impersonal agents of order, unswayed by empathy, detached from emotion, and dedicated to passing impartial judgment upon all lawbreakers. A signifier's distinctive mask is a symbol of his devotion to the precepts of law and exacting justice, and it serves as the model. Please stop headbanging. There is no. I was about to say there's no good music. There is definitely good music. It's not headbang worthy. It's not that type of good music. Where was I? It serves as the focus for several of his signifier powers. Traditionally, signifiers are arcane or divine spellcasters. Okay. Lore Master. The Lore Master is a gatherer and keeper of secrets. He is often obsessed by the written word, with cryptic and arcane lore serving as his devoted mistress. Holding to the adage that knowledge is power, the Lore Master often forsakes the material wealth and personal glory for rare or unusual information. An endless quest that brings him ever closer to his unobtainable goal, perfection through edification. Often rejecting what he views as the pointless affectations and transitory pleasures of his short-sighted neighbors, the Lore Master believes that the only worthwhile goal in his life is the acquisition of intellectual might. After all, wealth is spent, passions fade, and the power of the body is limited by age, while the mind's capacity to go greater with time is infinite. If I didn't know better, I would say that that's just my class. Yes, we kind of found my mortal personification. I kind of want to try and go for a Lore Master to some degree. Because there's one secret from the following list. Greater lore. Yeah, the Lore Master is interesting at the very least. Mystic Torch. The Mystic Torch lays no boundaries on their magical abilities and find no inconcilable paradox in devotion to the arcane as well as the divine. They see magic in all its forms, finding no reason or logic in denying themselves instructions by limiting their knowledge to one shifting paradigm. Though many are simply hungry for limitless power, the Mystic Torch is a powerful component for any party, supplying magic for attack, defense, and healing. Mystic torches travel the world in search of arcane and holy artifacts, magical lore, or divine revelations, and most have no qualms about teaming up with groups of adventurers, as long as the group's goals do not directly conflict with their own. Honestly, this one also kind of fits me. Like just having both arcane and divine spellcasting. This one kind of fits me as well. Yes, I've noticed. The vessel is... I think it also wants the stream to end almost as much as I do. But at the same time, I kind of don't. It's that weird feeling where I know I have to finish up rather soon. But also I kind of want to keep going and play the game. The limits of mortal time. Stalwart Defender. Stalwart Defenders are masters of melee combat, striving to prove that the best offense is a good defense. Stalwart Defenders are normally found on the front lines of battle, holding a position to cover their allies, slipping into the breaches of opposing formations and holding them open for others, and guard the more vulnerable allies by acting as mobile fortifications, stable points in the ever-changing chaos of battle. Student of War. The path of the Student of War is particularly enticing to martially minded characters who seek to enhance and expand their mastery of skills. Students of War often pride themselves in studying topics that battle-focused types might not normally find value in. Their ability to draw from unexpected lore and information has become something of a legend among their kind. And lastly, the literal last one, the Winter Witch. The otherworldly powers of Winter Witches are inexplicably linked with the frozen outer realms. There we go. Cold specialization, frost power, freezing cold. Okay. Unearthly cold. Okay, we have been to all of the classes. It's time to actually make some choices. Preferably within the next 29 minutes. So, what was the one class that was mentioned a few times? Where is it? Almost there. Yeah, it was a Blood Rager class that I wanted to try, if I remember right. Yeah, the mixed bloodline. I'm sorry, can you run that by me again? Which one is it? Which one rides a dragon? I required that information yesterday. Fur. Are you sure it's a barbarian? None of them have fur, unless it's one of the two free ones that I don't have. Oh, Mad Dog. How the... This one doesn't get a dragon. I checked. Unless it's something I don't see. Where is the dragon in this? Yeah, I don't see dragon here. Dire boar, dire bear, hissing centipede, riding dog, elk, horse, leopard, mason, monitor lizard, smilodon, triceratops, velociraptor, wolf. I have been deceived. There is no dragon. The dragon is a lie, just like the cake. But I haven't seen a companion that, an animal companion that gives a dragon. I don't think that's been a thing. Unless it's some other weird trait that's from a specific race or something. But yeah, even then, I think I'd rather go with Blood Rager. Do I want to be a Blood Rider? Maybe. Perhaps. We'll go with Asimar. Heritage. Have Asimar, Angelkin, Emberkin. I don't know what this one is. Lawbringer. Oh, I got that, Nox. Bloomheat, Garuda Blooded. I'm a little bit of a bird brain. Hello there, Mashkiel XD223, and yes, I did spend 5, well, actually it was closer to 5 hours total, and a lot of yapping outside of that. What happened, Nox? Well, can I have a mac egg sandwich with a medium drink, please? Just showed up in the chat. That's why you heard your name. Nothing outside of the ordinary. This text-to-speech we have going on is honestly very good. So, I think I am a little bit of a bird brain, so I'll go with Bloomkin. Now then, Noble. Courtier, sorry. Emissary, Leader. You know what, I'll take Leader, sure. No, denied. What should I do for points though? Like Constitution, Strength and Charisma do seem to be their main points. So how should I distribute them? Should I just try and make myself to the best of my ability? Because in that case, Okay, what else? Yeah, honestly, this works. I would argue this is pretty much me, all things considered. Next up, allocate skill points. Okay, not about Herbarian Blood Rager. The Brown Fur Transmuter can turn himself and the rest of the party into dragons. Okay, yeah, I remember that one. We went through it. Hold on. I have 3 points. Persuasion, Perception, Lore Nature Sure, Knowledge Arcana. I haven't been the most athletic person ever, I'm being honest. I've always been more of a reader. You also confirmed that Blood Rangers and Sorcerers can turn into dragons too. Nice. Skills. Arcane Armor Training. Reduce the arcane spell failure chance due to armor I'm wearing by 10%. I mean, it's not bad. Weapon Focus. Earthbreaker, okay. Where is it? There we go. Short sword. There's a very specific reason why I'm picking this one. I like how these are the recommended ones, but I can't even take them. But yeah, no. Short sword it is for me. Okay. Time to pick my dragon. Because I'm definitely picking dragon, there's no question about it. If I wanted to go more authentic, I would probably go elemental air. But no, we are definitely looking for a dragon here. I refuse to not pick a dragon. Sorry, the dagger, but still a finesse weapon? No, that's not the reason. The reason is... long ago, when I got into some fights, let's just say that my weapon of choice was the short sword. I actually still have it in my room, on the desk. And it served me very well. But yeah, leaving that aside. What type of dragon? Oh yeah, I know, the metallic and the chromatic dragons. I know, don't worry. I'm aware. Should I go for a silver dragon? Mayhaps. Well, I could go for a black dragon. What about brass? I don't know. Just from the icon, he kind of looks chonky. I don't like that. Although I do like the more fickle and trickster nature of the green dragons quite a bit. Nah, we're going with silver. Okay, now we need a deity. Fire weapon blade. No. Bad deity. Short sword. Known as the once mortal god of thievery and assassination, as well as the keeper of secrets. He is called the Reaper of the Reputation, but has more insidious titles. No. Strike, long sword, dagger, physical, trident, great sword. Star knife. Excuse me. Rapier. Oh, atheism. No. Mace. Sawtooth saber. Okay, that's certainly a word. I am a rager, so this shouldn't matter all that much. But you know what? From a short sword to a long sword, let's go with Iomade. And I am no little good. Alrighty then. No, I like the one from before. This one? Yeah, we'll go with this. I don't like the lipstick face though. Can I get rid of that? Oh, this looks kinda normal. Then hairstyle. Oh, this works. War paint I don't want, tattoos I don't want, clothing color. Ah, this is fine.
I have no use for this.
All I see is blackness.
A solid plan.
I shall not falter.
You're done for. Adventures await.
I'll need to review this spell later.
First come, first served.
That's what you get.
Someone else would make better use of this.
Let's hear you.
I feel faint.
Their life ends here.
I can find better.
Do you hear the sound of sliders being adjusted? Are we actually making an actual character? Yes, we are. In fact, I've just picked the voice. Next up is the name. There we go. Perfect.
Damn, son!
Damn, son. The voice and the portrait are not accurate at all, but otherwise, I would say this is pretty okay. Complete. We'll actually be moving forward with this as our character. Are these the best choices? Probably not. Will I suffer greatly? Either way, with little under 10 minutes on the clock, let us hit complete. Some traps can be disarmed directly. Follow the line to find the place where to use your burglar skills. Also, while this loads, I'll have myself some water for finally completing this trial. Make way, coming to fetch a healer, quick!
Hey, somebody! We got a wounded fighter. Can we get a healer over here?
My, would you look at this? But why would you drag a wounded fighter into the middle of the festival square? Couldn't he be carted off somewhere else, like, oh, I don't know, an infirmary? Or an accommodating ditch?
I will remember your name, and I shall have you for breakfast when I get my dragon form. That is a promise.
Make room, everyone. Step back. Now, what's the matter? What happened to him? The wound looks nasty. Who did this to him?
Demons, Prelate. We found him barely alive outside the walls of Canabris.
Canabris. You hear it, the voices, different music playing. No longer will you suffer the character creation screen unholy tune, for I have reached freedom.
Walls, you say? Enemy doesn't usually stray so close to the city. Must fortify the defenses. And you, hold fast. Don't die. We'll see you right. We'll get you patched up now. But first, you there, guard. Take his weapons. Bearing arms is not permitted during the festival. Wounded or not, everyone must abide by the rules. He can get his things back after the festival.
Now see, if this was actually me, and they tried to take the short sword that I have behind me, on the table, I think I could be half dying, both of my arms ripped off, and I would find a way to grab the sword and hold on to it.
O Inheritor, leader of our troops, the sharpened edge of our blades and the unyielding strength of our armor, Iomade, I beseech you, grant your mercy, heal his wounds.
You imbecile, I'm an immortal, I don't need your healing, give me water, damn it.
You will have water as soon as we heal your wounds.
Goddamn mortals.
My powers are not enough here. Someone call for Terendelev. You there! Yes, you! Stop dithering and gawping and make yourself useful. Go and get Terendelev.
Prelate, surely there is somebody else here better suited to running errands.
By the way, in this game, to cast spells, you need your caster stat to be 10 plus spell level. A wizard with 12 intelligence would only be able to cast up to a second level. I am well aware.
I'll get her! Terendelev! Has anyone seen Terendelev?
What's the point of healing wounds if your patient dies of dehydration? Thank you, Nox.
Be quick about it before it's too late. Now, who are you? I don't remember seeing you before, and I have an excellent memory for faces.
How do I tell him I'm an immortal from a different dimension? I'm just a traveler, just passing by.
Just passing by? And how am I to know that you're not a demon spy? Or worse?
My
Thank you
dear
for the water.
prelate, please, for the sake of the festivities, stop interrogating this poor man. He has been through enough already. Go on. I'll take care of him.
I mean, he has a devil on his shoulder. You shush. Get back in the jar, damn it.
All right, as you wish. You are our protector, and a dragon at that.
Ooh.
So I shall
Oh yeah,
defer to
she
your
was a
wisdom.
dragon.
But be on your guard. I've been informed he was wounded near Canabras. That means the demons are prowling just outside the walls, and the city is crawling with their spies. Others may be able to relax on this holiday, but not you or I. Not the defenders of this city.
Okay then, old man. Besides, that's the equivalent of applying a bandage to a cut, but completely ignoring the gunshot wound to the goddamn head. Yeah.
Pry loose the grudging grip of pain. Cast off the veil of suffering flesh.
Restoration
Let light
greater.
and life go forth in triumph to repel the skulking shade of death. There.
Are you really a dragon?
You don't believe me? Perhaps I should retake my true form and engulf this square with my ice breath to win your trust. Pay no mind to my current guise. I appear this way when I walk among the people. I would hamper the festivities if I tried to attend in my true form.
That's kinda sad, not gonna lie. I would honestly alter the festivities so that the dragon can be, you know, in dragon form and not vulnerable. But that's just me. Thank you for helping me.
I accept your thanks, but my work is not yet done.
Thank you for the stretch. What happened to me?
I do not know yet, and that troubles me. I am not entirely sure what the demons did to you. This wound is no ordinary injury, and it was inflicted by no ordinary weapon. I have rid you of your pain and restored your strength, but only time will allow you to heal fully.
Who are you?
My name is Terendelev. I am the protector of the city.
Okay. Can I go now?
Certainly, but be careful. I have managed to get you back on your feet, but I have not healed you fully. Alas, sooner or later, your pain will return. But do not be discouraged. You will recover, I promise you that. Tomorrow, come to the cathedral and say that you are expected by Terendelev, protector of Canabras. We will find a way to help you. But for now, put this out of your mind and enjoy the festival. They are all too rare in this time of war, and merriment is one of the best medicines.
Now see, I know what happens immediately after. And I'm kind of sad because I kind of like her character. The difficulty is story. So, that's definitely not the worry here. It will take monumental amounts of RNG to mess this up. That said, I am going to be busy rather soonish. So, I'm gonna be saving the game right here. I just realized there's another character with the same name. This is going to get confusing very fast. But we'll be saving here. And for tonight, that shall be all. I have accomplished the monumental task of going to almost all of the classes and subclasses, which is already... It's been almost 6 hours. That's all I can say. I'm spent. My throat actually hurts a little bit. But I regret nothing. I had fun. So, thank you everyone for joining me on this little adventure. I will find us someone to raid. So, if anyone wants some additional entertainment, let's see what some of my friends are able to offer. Let's see, who do we have here who's doing some cool, interesting stuff? Let's see. Or, hold on. This requires some checkup. No, it's not to do it this time. Okay. You know what? Oh wait, it's in 30 minutes. God damn it. This is one of the reasons why I don't like raiding. Yeah, thanks for the stream. You worked hard. Yeah, I did. And you already clocked in. Yeah, don't worry about it, Nox. A few additional fits of laughter is exactly what I need right now. Let's see. Who is doing something interesting around here? Oh. Come on, after all of that intellectual back and forth, I have to find something a little bit more interesting. Wait, I think I found something. Oh, apparently someone else found the follow button. Thank you, Sergio. Much appreciated. Okay, so I'm going to ask all of you right now. Do you want some Danganronpa or
Ring ding ding.
goddamn the ding ding ding?
Ding ding ding. You call?
That sound, by the way, is from has been provided by Bell Mythos, who was earlier here in the chat. Highly recommend you check her out at some point. Oh, where was I? I'm actually tired here. So, the options are some Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2, because I see someone who I haven't raided before currently playing, or someone playing Danganronpa Happy Trigger Havoc, which I do believe is the first of the games. What would you all prefer? I'm giving chat the choice here. Warhammer for you? Okay. For the God Emperor or to witness school murder mystery? I mean, currently there's one vote for the God Emperor. And we have seen quite a few Crusaders in the class options. As well as Inquisitors and whatnot. So, I think I'm gonna add my own vote here. And say that we shall be going to the God Emperor. Let me just set up the thingamajig. Where's the raid button? That's not the raid button, this is the raid button. You'll go with the majority. Excellent. There we go. Nyota Inu. They are, to my understanding, a dog VTuber. And they are currently playing and massacring Tyranids in the name of the God Emperor. So, let's go there, let's say hi, and continue having a good time. Thank you once again, everyone, for being here. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you, Bell, for the subscription. And just in general, thank you all for being here and keeping me company. Hopefully, we shall meet each other again sooner rather than later. Good night, everyone. Also, I should be probably pressing the actual start raid button. May he bless our souls as we clean the filthy wretch of Chaos and Xenos. Exactly. Also, while that's going on, for the people over on the YouTube side of things, this is Nyota Inu's link. if you are watching from the future and want a glimpse into the past. The link is there, easy for access. And I hope to see you all again someday. Good night everyone, and see you all later. Also, good night YouTube. Goodbye.